Wait until I hear. We're good? All the way around, it's on recording?
Yes,
I don't see the little Kelly Hirsch part up there.
because we are not doing Zoom for Plan Commission.
Good evening. It's 6 p.m. on Thursday, May 9th. This is the Plan Commission of the City of Franklin. Sir, would you please take the roll?
Mayor Nelson,
Here.
Commissioner Shago,
Here.
Commissioner Haley,
Here.
City Engineer Morrow,
Here.
Alderwoman Day,
Here.
Commissioner Leon is excused, Commissioner Specht.
Here.
Okay.
Excellent. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes. Well, before we start going into the normal order of business, we have a new Plan Commission member. She's not new to her service to the city of Franklin, but this is a big deal that you're on the Plan Commission. Is extremely important commission with the city of Franklin. As we can see, everybody's here because they have an interest in something here, and they're very passionate about it, and that's a big deal. And this board has a lot to do with how things move forward, project-wise, big time. And I'm not going to put you in a spot unless you want me to. But Rebecca, welcome. If you just would like to just say, a little bit, because I basically our history is when I was an alderman, served on the Board of Public Works, and worked with her, and that was a great board, and got to know her and insight and everything else. And I just thought, wow. We'd like to definitely bring her on board to this so you can really enjoy the fun. Board of Public Works is a lot of feel-good stuff and, hey, cool stone and, wow, look at this new shovel. No, now we're in the, look at this. Welcome to the party. So if you'd like to please say a few words.
Thank you for asking me to be on the board. Been a resident of Franklin now for almost 14 years. And I work at the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District and I'm an engineer. And thank you. I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, going on to item B, approval of minutes, approval of the regular meeting of April 18th, 2024. Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Ayes have it. What are we going to see under public hearing and business matters? Let's see here. Who is taking this number one? Nick. Mr. Fuchs.
Yes, would you like me to go over the item first or read?
Please read it all in. Do your thing.
Okay. This is a special use application for a soccer facility, both indoor and outdoor youth soccer training for all ages. The interior space is about 1,600 square feet. The outdoor soccer field will be used during the months of April through November. Typical hours of operation are Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. The site has 18 parking spaces available for the use. There are no significant exterior site or building changes being made, and staff is recommending approval. This is a public hearing, so I can read that notice if you're ready. Notice of public hearing, Thursday, May 9th, 2024 at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter may be heard in the Common Council Chambers at Franklin City Hall, 9229 West Loomis Road. Proposed by Kelly Legler of Field 99 for property located at 11141 West Forest Home Avenue, zoned M1 Limited Industrial District, tax key number 704-9999003. An application for special use to allow for a youth soccer training facility at 11141 West Forest Home Avenue. The business use consists of indoor and outdoor soccer training for all ages. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements and standards of Section 15-3.0701, General Standards for Special Uses, Section 15-3.0703, Detailed Standards for Special Uses in Non-Residential Districts, and 15-9.0103, Applications for Special Use Permit of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance.
Well done. Is the applicant here? Would you like to please come up to the No, you come here, you can sit at the table.
Oh.
Here, you have your own little microphone and everything.
This one.
Okay. The only challenge is to make sure it's working. You gotta bring it right, like karaoke, like right up.
This is pretty cool. Like it.
Perfect. Please, if you'd like to explain your project and what you wish to do, if that's,
We actually found this
could you please
location.
state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, Kelly Legler, Field 99, 11141 West Forest Home Avenue, Franklin, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
We work with Go Right Way, Bast, that owns the location, and they're using it for dispatch for Franklin Public Schools and for busing. So we worked with them to be able to use an indoor space, 1,600 square feet, and 3.2 acres of grass to be a training facility for soccer. So we work with all clubs in the area, southeastern Wisconsin, and we have coaches on staff to be able to work with the youth.
Okay. Commission members, if any questions at this time? From anyone? Mr. City Engineer.
Couple questions. So, a year or so ago, the bus company came to us and had a nice site plan, and I thought they were going to use all this for parking. So, are they going to continue to be a bus place, or?
Yeah, they're going to continue using the bus. They have a contract with Franklin School District for, I believe, 4 to 5 years, and they are not going to be going over any of the grass because of the, I think they had to do a retaining pond if they ended up doing that. So they kept the grass as is, and just it's fencing around by the buses, and we're just using the space as it was on the site plan.
So, a follow-up question for planning staff: are we going to see a revised site plan for the bus?
I'm not aware what were the changes that you,
I was thinking that they were going to use this pretty much a lot of this area for buses, and because we talked about, and maybe I'm misremembering it, but I thought they were going to park buses in some of this area.
I'm not familiar with that. Was that a previous approval?
Yeah, I believe it was, yes.
I can answer that question, Mayor, if you'd like. I worked on the previous special use and site plan.
Yeah, why don't, Marion, if everybody knows, Marion actually works in our planning department as a planner, if you wish to bring her forward, because she is a member of our staff.
So
Thank you,
the
Marion.
previous approval was for a special use and site plan for Go Right Ways Bus Company, and they only amended the site plan for the existing parking area to restripe it. This site was previously subject to a natural resource special exception. There's a wetland on the property, and it would be too difficult to place the stormwater detention pond that the applicant mentioned
Okay.
in that area, so they're not in a position to pave the soccer fields. So,
Gotcha. I just misremembered the site plan from that.
sure.
So my second question is, it mentions here that the additional parking would be for Holtz Motors. So generally, those are required some sort of agreement. Is there any kind of formal agreement that they allow you to park there? So I think staff will at least have that in their pocket before the,
Yeah, I've got an email from Holtz Motors as well, if that
I would,
sufficient or suffice.
some
but-
sort of agreement. So
Yeah.
if Holtz sells to somebody else, they say, no, you can no longer park here.
Correct, yes.
It'd be nice if you had some kind of an agreement in our
Okay.
hands, so.
I can do that.
And since Holtz has only been there 105 years, they could sell tomorrow. Alderwoman Day, 110?
Just one quick question. I think you mentioned it as you were describing the field there. And I can't tell from this picture, is there already a fence between the grass and the buses, or will you be installing one?
Yes, there is netting, posts and netting that was there. I believe there's partial fence on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no other questions at this time? We can open up the public notice. Thank you, Marion.
Thanks.
Okay,
The notice has already been read, but
so I'm going to say it's 6:10 PM. Now the public can come up and comment if you just please. And if you come up to this public hearing's open, if you just want to come up to the microphone, State your name and address for the record, and try to keep your comments, please, to 3 minutes or less. Anybody wishes to come right to the podium. Thing with the plan commission is it's run different than a normal common council meeting, so we have a different set of procedures, so that's why we're not as smoothly flowing, but good evening, sir, welcome.
Good afternoon. Ken Marquardt, I represent Holtz Motors,
You can use the business address if that's fine.
11139 Forest Home. They're right, we're the property directly in front of.
Is that mic on?
It's on, but
You may have to move up a
I
little.
see a green light. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just a little closer, thank you.
And don't have any objections necessarily, but perhaps a concern about parking. In that we don't, it's not a retail space, it's just a warehouse space we use, but we have semis that come in and out, throughout the day sometimes. And we're just concerned with the parking, that it doesn't filter into the side of the property, of our property anyway, prohibiting access, for the semis to get through and such. So I heard earlier here that the hours are from 5 to 8 p.m. apparently, so that might not be an issue. Up with the possible exception if, someone leaves their cars left there or, overnight, that kind of thing, because we have semis probably a couple at night that come in early hours. So just a question to, if there's going to be provisions made for that there would not be cars blocking the access for our trucks.
And the applicant will address them after public hearing is closed, and the applicant has an opportunity to address those questions.
Certainly.
Mr. City Engineer, go ahead.
Yes, so my question, based on my question a while ago, you're amiable to doing an agreement to allow for the cross-access parking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak on this? Mr. Martinez? Mr. City Attorney first, then Mr.
Well,
Martinez.
Mr. Marquardt has returned to his seat, but with regard to what we heard earlier from the applicant, the thought was to have an executed agreement to allow for potential overflow parking from this use onto the Holtz property. And I'd appreciate hearing Mr. Marquardt's thoughts on that.
Well, if there's an agreement towards that, and there may be, maybe I'm just unaware of it, a previous agreement to that.
I heard there wasn't an agreement yet, but it's being requested at this time, and there have been positive responses according to the applicant from Holtz.
Sure.
But I just thought I'd ask, is there any issue with entering into a written agreement to allow for overflow parking from this new soccer use?
We'd be open for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquardt. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Seeing no one else, close public hearing at 6:14 p.m. Let's see here. Is there a motion on this?
a motion to recommend approval of a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a special use for an indoor and outdoor youth soccer training business use upon property located at 11141 West Forest Home Avenue. Kelly Legler, Phil 99, applicant. Bass Marshall LLC, property owner.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. City Attorney.
Weren't there additional potential conditions that were brought up during the discussion?
That be subject to the formal parking agreement.
I'd like to make that friendly amendment if we could make it subject to a formal agreement with adjacent property owner.
If the applicant is not able to obtain that parking agreement with Holtz Motors, would it be appropriate to bring the item
I think it should be brought back.
to Plan Commission?
I personally feel so, because I think that the number of parking spaces listed versus how many kids could be out there, I don't think it's going to be all drop-offs. I think that could be an issue.
I will amend my motion to that.
And the second.
All right. With the amended motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to C as in Charles, number 2. Safari Home special use and site plan, special use to allow for multifamily residential use and density increase, as well as site plan for 5 multifamily buildings upon property located at 3709 West College Avenue, tax key number 713-9996-003. Regulo, this is yours?
Yes, thank you. This is, as you mentioned, applications for special use for multifamily development and a density increase, and the site plan for the proposed 5 multifamily buildings. Okay, so in the review of a special use, we'll look at the standards in the ordinance. I would like to clarify that this property is zoned R8 multifamily residential district, but all residential district from single family to multifamily require to go through the special use process before the Plan Commission and then before the Common Council. So I will highlight some of the standards of the ordinance. First is the consistency with the comprehensive plan. So this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, as this area is designated as multifamily residential use. The second standard is no undue adverse impact. So we can see in the aerial.
Got your pointer, because I got, what, like 3 of them, maybe 6. Is it working?
Is I kind of, okay, hold on.
Your laser pointer? Is it working? This is weird.
Okay. So you can see the this is the subject property, and the adjacent properties are also zoned for R8 multifamily, and that's the current use of the adjacent properties, also multifamily. So staff does not anticipate any adverse impact to the abutting property, and also the applicant is proposing landscape screening on both sides, as you can see in the landscape plans. About no interference with surrounding development, we'd like to mention that this is a park here, the Grubsmith Park, and staff in the review, we sent the project for comments to Milwaukee County Parks, and there were no objections. So in the resolution, there is a condition that the applicant must address the comments from Milwaukee County Parks. There were minor comments, but they will need to address that to the satisfaction of the Milwaukee County Parks.
And was the applicant made aware of those comments?
Yes. The fourth standard is that when where staff has objections, that's the standard for adequate public facilities. For water, this area is under the jurisdiction of Milwaukee County, so staff recommended that the applicant will need to obtain approval from City of Milwaukee, sorry. And for sanitary sewer, that it will be subject to approval by the engineering department and the provision of sewer. And in fire protection, you can see the fire department comments in the report. I will read. Given existing fire and ENS station locations and current fire department staffing levels, the cumulative effect of this and several other residential developments will pose a challenge to maintaining industry standard emergency response times to fire and medical emergencies. So that's a concern with regard to the fire protection services. For schools, city development staff forward this to the Franklin Public Schools, and public school has no objections. Okay. Traffic congestion, this area, College Avenue, is under the jurisdiction of Milwaukee County for access. So the driveway proposed. Okay, yeah, so the proposed access to College Avenue, that will be subject to approval by Milwaukee County, and that's stated in the resolution. With regards to destruction of significant features, there are no protected natural resources on this site. There's a small wooded area here to the south, but that's not considered a woodland as defined in the ordinance. And finally, compliance with the standards of the UDO. So the project complies with the standards of the UDO, with the exception of the density. So the maximum density in this district is 8 units per acre. So that will result in a maximum for this site of 24 units. The applicant is proposing 38 units. So that's why in the special uses for the multifamily use and the density increase. Staff has no objections to the special use and site plan, with the exception of the density increase. Staff does not support the density increase due to the standard number 4, adequate public facilities, that I explained. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. I think you explained that quite well. Mr. City Attorney.
With regard to the over density limits units, what's the process to approve that?
That's part of the special use request.
Okay, so there's authority within the Plan Commission and the Common Council without some separate application or procedure that they could just approve it if they so decide, even though it's over the density?
Correct, and that has been approved before.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. City Engineer.
Regulo, Ms. Martinez, I know what you meant, but I think you misspoke a little bit. So the city water is Milwaukee City Water. It's the City of Franklin sanitary sewer and the Milwaukee County Road. So when you said Milwaukee for the,
Right.
I know what you meant. So yeah, I just want to be clear on that.
Oh, yeah. I misspoke first, but then I say the water is City of Milwaukee,
City of
not Milwaukee County, yeah.
Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. I have one question for staff. The rest of my questions, I believe, will be for the applicant. So my one question for staff, I did get a few phone calls concerning drainage on this site. One call from a resident on the property that lives in the property to the west, and one person that lives in the properties to the east, and talking about how they have some ponding issues and some stormwater runoff issues, and their concern is that it seems that the area here, which is being proposed for development, has sort of been uptaking a lot of that water, and the concern is, with this now being developed and a lot more impervious surface put on there, is that going to impede and create a bigger ponding and possible flooding issue for them on their properties? So if you could just walk through, I don't know if that's a question for the city engineer or planning staff, some of the, I guess, plans for runoff for this property.
Mr. City Engineer.
Good question. Some of the previous projects had basically were proposing to drain to Grobschmidt Park. There's some issues with the park, county park issues. I think the last one actually had it going directly to the east through the system that's to the east, and they had an easement. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I understand this applicant does not. They're proposing a private storm sewer that runs along College Avenue down to 35th Street, and it'll stay private, run down 35th Street to a point of discharge. So it's basically bypassing. It'll collect the water on site and reroutes it around. It's a complicated issue, but that's how they're solving it.
So they are addressing the
They are
potential
addressing,
issues?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And to add to that, I had received a few calls on that as well about the water issue, and I'm glad that's been addressed. Commissioner Speck.
What size storm are they proposing to handle with that private storm sewer? Because, anything over that.
The applicant is here.
Yeah,
Yeah, if we could please have the applicant come and have a seat, the center chair, please. We have 2 chairs unless you want to bring a friend. Good evening and welcome, and just have a seat, be comfortable, and just, we have 2 mics there, shift one down, and just state your name and business address for the record, please, close.
Hi, I'm Greg Schumacher with Cityscape Architecture, 13700 West Greenfield Avenue, Brookfield.
And you, sir?
Manzoor Khan, Safari Homes, 3709 West College Avenue.
Good evening, thank you, and welcome.
Yes, so what's happening is that we have two detention ponds. The one to the west will flow into the one to the east. And
Would you, if we gave you a pointer, could you,
yeah. Does it work?
Yes, the red button. Yeah.
hey, jokes are for me.
Sorry. Yeah, so this is, for lack of, this is the higher detention pond. It will flow into a lower detention pond, and then there'll be an 8-inch pipe that will be bored underneath the road down to 35th Street, and then connecting over here.
And what kind of capacity are you looking to have for within those detention basins?
You have to talk to our our civil engineer. All I know, it's all been calculated. It's run through engineering department here and a secondary engineering department for clarifications. So we've had a lot of checks and balances on it.
Mr. Moore, you got a comment on that?
I can't answer that question other than Mr. Bialik is working with a consultant, and it will go through MMSD when all's said and done, too.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions at this point for project representative? Sure.
I can wait for public comment.
Oh, okay. City
Or would
attorney,
you, or would you rather me go now?
go now if you want.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, I said I'm okay waiting till after public comment for
okay,
my
I thought
comments,
you-
just in case I get, more ideas.
Right.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you were going to make a public comment.
Oh, no.
During the public hearing. So-
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay, just stand put if you want to read them.
Notice of public hearing, City of Franklin Plan Commission, hearing date Thursday, May 9, 2024 at 6 p.m. Place, the Common Council Chambers at the Franklin City Hall, 9229 West Loomis Road, Franklin, Wisconsin 53132. Applicant Safari Homes Franklin LLC. Subject property 3709 West College Avenue. The proposal, special use permit application to allow for Lake Grove Place, a multifamily residential development in the R8 zoning district. The applicant is also requesting a density increase to allow for the proposed 38 units, while the maximum as of right yield of this site is 24 dwelling units. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements and standards of Section 15.3.0701 General Standards for Special Uses and 15.9.0103 Applications for a Special Use Permit of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. The proposed draft form resolution is subject to revisions following public hearing and the further consideration by the Plan Commission and the City of Franklin Common Council.
Thank you, and I would ask as when I open up the public hearing, you may want to take note down on the questions, and at the very end, you can answer them as they go down, opposed to going back and forth, and it seems to make it much more streamlined. So at this point, 6:29 p.m., the notice has been made. The public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to speak, state their name and address for the record, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Good evening.
My name is Judy Mills, and my address is 8018 West Winston Way in Franklin. And I noticed that
It's on. Just closer, Miss Mills, please.
No.
Louder.
now can you hear me? Okay. I noticed you've addressed everything except you kind of skipped over schools, and we just got a notice from the school system of a need to raise our taxes because they need millions of dollars more because of the influx of students into the school system. When you build these multi-family units, that allows for that same plot of land would only hold so many homes. But that plot of land is now going to be used to build high-rise, multifamily buildings here that can bring in an awful lot of kids into the district. And every time the Planning Commission goes, well, this is a good idea, then I think that when the taxpayers are raising Cain about their taxes being raised, they should not have to talk to the superintendent of schools, who has no control over this. They should be directed to you people, and they should complain to the mayor and the planning commission for every time you said yes to one of these developments that make us pay higher taxes for the schools because of all these kids coming in. And these developers profit from developing a project, and then they walk away from it and dump the taxpayer with the cost of paying for the school systems, the building of the buildings, and if you need another fire truck because now you've got another school, et cetera, so that there's a tax burden to every one of these developments that they want to build, and the money is going into their pockets and coming out of ours. So I think that we're getting an awful lot of these multifamily buildings that are going up, and a lot of them high rises, without any concern about the impact this is going to have on the schools. But I think that has to be a big consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Now we'll return to the upper area there. Anyone wishing to speak on this, please approach the podium. The microphone is a little sensitive, so we have to bring it closer. We can't pick it up for the mic, for the recording.
Is this okay?
A little closer, just state your name and address.
I'm Mary Jo Travis. I live at 4285 West College Avenue, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53221.
There you go.
That's better?
Well,
Okay. I am opposing this exception to the density increase for 5 reasons. The stormwater flooding on College Avenue, not the adjoining properties, but on College Avenue. When we have heavy rains on 35th and College, there's a creek there that overflows. All right. The increased use of the nature preserve directly behind the site to the north, there will be 78 more people using that nature preserve. We don't exactly have an approval from the county park system yet. You mentioned that they were discussing it. Okay. The next one is the College Avenue traffic. It's already really heavy and loud. That's only a 2-lane street there. And with another 78 cars going in and out of there every day, that would create more noise and more congestion, and the construction traffic while it's being built, probably for a whole summer. That's another reason I'm opposed to this. And the extra police officers, firefighters, and paramedics that would be needed for this kind of a development would be substantial. And it was already mentioned that the fire department said this would put extra strain, and it would not be manageable on their department. So we did have a referendum a couple of years ago asking for an increase to put on just one more police officer, and that got voted down. So I think a lot more needs to be done before this density limit can be increased. There's good reasons for these zoning laws and these density limits. That's it.
thank you.
3 minutes.
Oh, you got 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
Really? I
Continue,
guess I
whatever.
talked pretty fast.
Any other thoughts?
All right. Well, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Kathy Leak, 4003 West College Avenue, Park Meadows. I live to the west of this. The question is just about the parking. I don't know if this is condos or apartments and who's governing parking. Is it expected that it's 1 car per dwelling, 2 cars per dwelling, 3 cars per dwelling? And how will that be managed? Just knowing living at Park Meadows, we have a lot of parking issues, and I just am trying to figure out how, as families have more and more cars, how that will be fixed. And then, of course, then the traffic on College Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So if you're planning on speaking, you can come on up, you can stand behind the person so we can kind of get a little line so that'll keep moving things along.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Luann Verbrick, 3825 West College Avenue. I have just several questions here. With the proposed increase in density at the meeting, May 23rd, 2019, the last time there was proposed development. It was at that time decided that with the draining issues and everything, that 24 units would be the maximum allowed because of the water flow, sewer, and water drainage flow. With the proposed plan that they have for their water flow and drainage and sewer, ultimately, once the water drains over and is built into the 35th Street access point, who becomes responsible for repairing that? Will that continue to be Safari Homes, or does that become a burden to the city and the residents? And lastly, which has been previously mentioned, with this being a family community, most families nowadays have more than one vehicle. The proposal here that they're showing is 38 units, 1.5 car garage, a small driveway for a second car, and 19 additional parking spaces. With that increase of traffic coming on College Avenue, 3709 is very, very close to a blind spot, which is the 35th Street access. Many accidents happen there frequently and often. With the increase over the proposed 24 units, this adds to the danger already that we have at that blind spot.
Thank you, ma'am. If anyone wants to speak after Dana, please come behind Dana.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. Obviously, having attended hundreds of meetings at the City of Franklin, I've been at several previous meetings, at least twice before when this high-density project was being discussed. And then there was always water and density issues don't seem like they've been changed regarding this proposal. I'm concerned about this project given the following reasons. The resolution reads, the project will not be served adequately by essential public services. However, the staff report and the fire department state concerns about the current high-density conditions and that adding density increases related response times. That fire department comment in the packet indicates, given existing fire and EMS station locations and current fire department staffing levels, the cumulative effect of this and several other residential developments will pose a challenge to maintaining industry standard emergency response times to fire and medical emergencies. The resolution states it will not have an undue adverse impact upon adjoining properties, and it will not interfere with the development of neighborhood properties. Well, we all know that I have extensive experience regarding that is not followed with the Rock Sports Complex. So I just want to raise that concern that it'd be really good if the city starts following that regulation. Also, the emergency response time delays could very well result in undue adverse impact regarding safety on the current and adjoining properties. Any higher level density will not help the well-known water issues that have brought up many times over the past years in this area. It makes sense that the Planning Commission support the staff's recommendation to maintain the 24-unit density and to set the ordinance and not exceed it. This seems like a good project, but I think there should be further discussion about the density and what can be done with it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Good evening and welcome.
Hi. My name is Claudia Arbanella, and I reside at 3809 West College Avenue. I'm in Homes on the Park, which is right next door to this proposed development. This is the third time developers have tried to increase the density for this parcel. And while I'm happy that the proposal is for townhomes and not a lot of apartments, I am opposed to the increased density, and for the same reasons that have already been mentioned. So I'll just go over this quickly. The biggest reason is just that I want to point out that the stormwater engineering has never been adequate for this area. The condos west of our condos drain onto us, and we in turn drain onto this parcel, which is like, it's almost a wetland. It's like a sponge. Cars get stuck in there. So a car got stuck in there, just sort of sunk into the mud. I don't know, it was a year and a half ago or whatever. But there is such a water issue there, and increasing the density is going to increase the hard surfaces. And in turn, there's going to be even more of a drainage issue there. So I think we should stick to the 24 units. It does seem like it's a nice project. From looking at the plan up there, and that's the first time I saw it, I don't see where you even have 19 extra parking spaces. And then that whole interior area is going to be a drainage pond, and then that's going to flow into another one. I don't see open spaces, open places for children, and there will be children in there. I don't see, are there going to be any sidewalks? There's going to be increased traffic. And also, I just want to reiterate the fact that there are safety concerns, as the fire chief already noted, that it creates an emergency response time concern. So I'm opposed to increasing the density. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Linda Mathwig, 7321 Brun Drive. I am not a resident in this area, but I frequently travel on College. And everything that everybody has brought up is definitely excellent points. In the world of Matrix movies, I have been to so many government meetings in the past year that I literally have been red-pilled, and I really would like to go back and not be aware of everything that's going on, but I am. So I need to help and speak up for some of these people. My problem is with the Orchard View project, which I won't bring up details, but the first thing is if that problem there is also with police officers, firemen, and EMS. If we do not have enough people to cover the area for the increase of population, we can't build anymore. We got to stop, especially these multi-unit residents. I'm not against progress, but the other part problem I have with this is, why is it that you're always cramming things in like sardines? We have a lot of property in Franklin. Why is it that you need to put this particular development in this area? I heard that there's problems with water on 35th Street. So if you are going to run the water to 35th Street, it's just going to create more of a problem. Also, frequent traveler on College Avenue, the street cannot handle a whole lot more traffic. They have a lot to deal with there. The school point was another one, which we also have that problem with Orchard View. Again, taxpayers are stuck with paying that on their tax property bill. And I just think that developments like this need to be stopped being crammed into areas that are too small to handle them, and they should be moved to areas. We have a lot of green space in Franklin. Stop cramming in hard spaces where they shouldn't go. That causes problems for neighbors. Be considerate of the neighbors. The elected officials, the employees, you are all going to have to be held accountable for this. You're jeopardizing the citizens in this city as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Good evening, welcome.
My name is Edna Gullifer. I live at 3715 West College Avenue. I am the actual two-sided section right next to their L on this development. I am the single-family home there. Everybody considers that this whole area is multifamily, but I've been in that property since the 80s, and I know the history of this property. It used to belong to my aunt and uncle, and this is our fourth actual meeting of doing different planning commissions for development for this property. Out of the four, this has been the most better looking out of all of them. As far as like the water drainage, there are issues and questions. having the 2 large retention ponds is way better than the other things that were proposed in the past. But I do have concerns in regards to the water runoff from the adjacent properties from the condos. Currently, they have a swell that goes directly pointed to my backyard, and I have brought this up multiple times to multiple people, and they keep telling me it's my problem. It shouldn't be my problem because it's not coming from my land. And an additional proposal for the water drainage from the higher land of where you can see the blacktop just on the west side of the property. You see the little white coloring going off, pointing toward the corner towards my property. That is direct drainage to our yard. What I propose is to have a catch basin over in that corner where it comes to my fence and the other property line, and have the storm sewer catch basin drain into the lower basin, if that's what you guys are going to approve for any type of development on this. And I really don't think that 8 inches, I think is what you guys said, for the storm sewer water drainage running down the private line, going to 35th Street down College, that is not going to be large enough for the amount of water that runs off of this property. Now, we just had those multiple inches of rain in the last couple of days. My backyard got flooded like a red river. It's terrible. And you say that it's not impacting other people in the neighborhood when it comes to development of any sort. Just the way it is right now, it is impacting on my own property. And it does need to be taken care of. There are other things that, besides water drainage and traffic, everybody is commenting on. Currently, nobody is getting the raw end of the traffic on that road but me. I have to cross that road to go get my mail every day from the post office. Doesn't deliver on my side of the road because of my address. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, there was also a comment in some of the paperwork for.
3 minutes usually a hard time, so
I know.
finish your point.
I know. About replacement of my house. Why would that be on the plans for this development when it comes to being impacting on things? I think like that. Oh, also I was wondering, what are they doing for utilities? Is it going to be overhead or underground when it comes to electric? And I know that you guys had different things for lightings on there. And are you guys going to be putting a street light over on College Avenue for the road? And what is the proposed, if anybody knows, when is the Milwaukee County going to widen the road on College Avenue, if they have an idea? And how is the development of this going to impact the widening of their road? In density, it is what it is.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak? Once? Okay, if anybody else wants to speak after this, please step up there so we're going. Good evening, welcome.
How's everyone here? Good?
Tell you in an hour.
Okay. My name is Guadalupe Monreal. I live at 3815 West College. My front door actually faces the field. You open my front door, there is the field. I've been there for over 30 years, and I'll tell you what, that land is nothing but swamp. I mean, water. I mean, are they gonna build basements in these units? Are they basements in these units?
You'll answer the question.
Are there any basements in their units?
I know, no, after this is done, then they respond back to the questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, then another concern is the concern of overdensity in the area by the fire department. The fire department thinks it's too dense. The fire department, are you kidding me? Now, you're gonna have all these families here, okay? Kids and everything. I sure hope there's no fireworks going on, because I'm just, like I says, out the front door. I hope there's no fireworks going on around here, because it's pretty close. It's pretty close now, because I hear them. I hear them during July 4th or other kids making, I don't know if they're coming from Grossmith Park or wherever, but if there's fireworks in this area, we better have a fire department. But I'm telling you, I agree with Edna. Her backyard, every time it rains, I look out there and I feel sorry for her. I mean, there's water everywhere, everywhere. I don't even know how you guys, I don't even know how you guys are going to do this. I've been here 30 years over, and I've seen it. I've seen what goes on out there, and it's not pretty. I'll tell you that much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, seeing no one else coming forward, it's always get your stuff. We were gonna take that and sell it. Seeing no one else, we're gonna close the citizen comment period at 6:51, excuse me, public hearing. Thank you, Counselor, for correcting me, appreciate that always. And sir, if you'd like to address some of the questions?
Sure. Thanks everyone for their comments. Just a couple things. Like somebody said, this is the fourth project I think that has gone through on this property. The last three were, I believe there were 48 units and 52 units that were all approved by the Plan Commission. And when we started this project, we went in and met with staff and kind of came to a 38 number to serve as an idea of how we got to that 38 number. Realizing that 48 was going to be too high, and 38 seemed to be the number that staff and us, we agreed to. As far as, let's see here, going through my list. The fire department, I understand that issue, but I also think that if developments aren't done in the area, you're not going to get more tax revenue and be able to hire more fire department people. So I think it's, that's a balancing act, which I am way underqualified to discuss. Somebody mentioned how many cars that we're required by the city code to have 2.5 cars per unit. So we have 1 parking space in every garage, 1 parking space outside the garage, and then 19 parking spaces scattered throughout the site. The conversation of the 8-inch pipe not being enough, I guarantee that pipe is enough. We've had many engineers look it over. It's been reviewed, and it is sufficient for what we're doing. The site is the lowest site in the area, and it's dependent on all the sites from the west flow down to our site. So we're responsible for dealing with all that water that's coming to our site. And our engineers have done what is necessary to do to take care of that water issue. We've even have a possible tie-in for the sites to the west that they can tie into our pipe to eliminate their water problems at their own cost, but at least they have an out if they want to get their water problems fixed. So we've kind of built that into our design also. Let's see what else. All the utilities will be underground on the site. The street lighting, there is no street lighting on College Avenue that we provide. All our site lighting is provided on our site. There are no basements in the project, all slab on grade. And we even talk about the units, but they're 3-bedroom units, 3 bedrooms on the second floor. The first floor is a living area and kitchen area and the garage. I think that was most of the items. Manzur, do you have some?
Yeah. I'll take this, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. I appreciate all the points that you highlighted.
I'm going to ask you, sir, just to move that microphone real close to you.
Okay.
Speak towards here, towards us.
Is it better?
Just bring up that volume. You're not going to
Yes.
offend anybody, trust me.
All right. So I just wanted to tell everyone that I live in that property for last 2 years. I feel I'm part of the community. And what we did, we studied the previous plan, and we tried to learn from that. So if I read from the last time, the fire department's comment, one of the point, they made the same point last time, but they added one line saying that we would be supportive of single-story row house style development. So we tried to listen to everything we could learn from the previous plan, and that's how we designed what we designed. So I believe that this is a family-friendly addition to the Franklin City, that a lot of people wants to move in, but they cannot find this kind of condo. So one of the question was, is it a condo? The answer is yes, it will be a condo. That's all I have to say.
Okay, now we're going to move into questions from members up here. Who would like to start? Mr. Schwagel.
I visited the site yesterday, and I had received a call from one of the neighbors to the west also. And one of the things that strikes you when you go to the property is there is an extreme drop in elevation down to that area. So I can relate to the water concern from everybody. The other concern that I had when I went over and I went out to College Avenue to try and get out on College Avenue, I wanted to make a left-hand turn. I finally gave up and just went to the right because there was so much traffic at about 4:30. It was really hard to get out on College Avenue. I was going to ask also, on the previous proposals in years past, how many actual structures were there on the property? I know there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now, right? And
Yeah, I want to say the last one had 6 or something on it. I think one of them was a huge multifamily single building, and I'm not sure about the other one.
Okay. That was just a question I had when you were talking about going up into the 50s for amount of residents.
Yeah, I think on one of the proposals, they actually had underground water storage.
Okay,
So that's how they were dealing with some of the water issues.
okay. All right, those were my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. So you've touched on a few of my points, but a couple of things that were in the staff report, as well as things that came to my brain when I was looking through the plan set. You mentioned that this particular development is meant to be family-friendly, and you're hoping to attract young families with children. And one of the points from one of the residents that came up to speak was sort of the kind of lack of green space, because when you think about having 2 retention ponds and you see how many buildings there are, and it just doesn't look like there's a lot of space if you have children, for children to go anywhere. Plus, it doesn't look like on here that there's any sidewalks or connectivity or anything like that. So I'm concerned about where, if kids are out and about playing, where it is that is going to occur. Also, one of the comments from the fire department that people haven't addressed actually is the access point. Their second point in their comments was regarding the streets that are in here, or the road that's in here, and the concern about not having enough room for passability of their equipment should they need to get in and out. Especially, I don't know, I am assuming this is somewhat to scale, but when I only count 13 parking spaces. So there's 6 more somewhere on there that aren't delineated yet. So if you could just address if you've studied that to see if the way this is being constructed, the fire and EMS can get in and out appropriately. And let's see, there's one other thing. My other question was if you have a price point in mind for what you think these homes are going to go for. I know some of the larger apartment complexes that are coming in, I know what the price points of those are, but this being homes that people can purchase, townhomes, condos, whatever you would like to call them, what is the price point you're looking at?
You want to handle that one first?
I'll start with the price point. It will be around $400,000.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, say it again?
$400,000. And in regards to the family-friendly aspect, when I originally envisioned the project, I did not expect 2 retention ponds. So I'm still trying to, get a way that if we can have one bigger pond and have the other one for kids area, that would be the preferable. So if you guys can help us, definitely we'd like to look into that.
Or reduce the number of buildings?
We also have the park on the other
Grove
side of the
Street.
property too, that they have access to. Is regarding the width of the roads, we've spelled out that there's no parking allowed on those roads, so that met the fire department's requirements. So that there is no access issues with that anymore.
Okay, thank you. That just wasn't addressed.
Yeah.
in the
What else do you
comments
have?
prior. The parking, Oh, just that the parking piece I had was in conjunction with the fire because I wasn't counting 19 in the drawing, so just wanted to make sure that
Yeah, there are
wasn't
19.
impeding on the,
Yeah.
I think those were all of my points. Thank you.
Mr. City Engineer.
So as someone noted, this probably is the best looking proposal we've had. As we've had, I think you're the fourth that I can recall. So having said that, the stormwater system probably is the best we've looked at. As noted, it would go up and around. So that would remain a private system. In fact, I've even talked about, is there a way we can get the manhole lids to say private, sewer or something like that, and with a little marker that tells, if there's an issue, who they would call, because the dig process, someone needs to know to locate it, should it need to be marked, because we're not going to do that as a city stuff. So we are looking at capacity. So I know that 8 inch is sufficient for capacity. Quite honestly, I like 12 inch because that's just the minimum for anything with, unless you filter it really well, it's apt to get clogged with leaves. So I've made that comment
100%.
before, but 8 inch, I do know meets capacity, but yeah, I'd like it to see a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and
myself.
honestly, the big difference between is that the 12-inch pretty much might kill the project, because we can bore 8-inch. If we go 12-inch, then we have to tear up all the roads.
Yeah. As far as some of the other issues we talked about, yeah, agree, I would like to see a sidewalk. I know there's no sidewalks on either side, but if nobody starts it, it doesn't get done. As far as the college area traffic, how does the county comment on this project, or will they comment on it? I do know that they have to look at the drive entrance, so I'm not going to comment on the drive because that's their issue. As far as too many people, I think I would agree. College is already crowded. When they're going to widen, I have not heard any sort of comment from the county on that. So I don't know even if that's on the radar, but that should be an issue. I want to ask the questions. Anybody heard that?
We haven't heard any negative conversation like that as far as having a decel lane or anything like that from the county. Again, we're still in the process of working with them, so if it comes up and they want that, obviously we put in a decel lane.
Last, I say the big issue last, and I talked to Mr. Martinez today about the fire department's comments. I kind of joke with the fire department every time I see them, but I don't know how a response to this unit for 24 units is any response different from a 38. They would have the same response time. Having said that, it's a density issue, and I think every city department, and as pointed out, even the schools, strive with the density issue. So I guess the real question is, are we okay with the density? Like you said, we've approved the same before. It didn't occur to me, or I would have tried to do this afternoon when I looked at it, but when you look at the adjacent developments, yeah, the aerial, I guess the big question is, does it fit in with the character of the neighborhood? You look at the,
Want the pointer?
can you zoom in just a little bit? So when you look at the three.
I cannot.
Okay. So when you look at the 3 units or 3 properties side by side by side, with this being in the middle, it seems to be in line or even probably better with green space than what the other units look at when you look at how much pavement and rooftop you see on those other units. So I don't know that it's conflicting with the neighborhood, I guess, so that doesn't bother me. I share concerns that the more we build, I can tell you DPW needs more people, health department needs more people, fire department needs more people, police needs more, everybody needs more people for services that they consume. But I guess the question is that as far as the character of the neighborhood, I'm okay with the character of the neighborhood because I think the neighbors to the east and the west are probably worse than what you're proposing. And again, just to stress the stormwater, the fact that they're actually going around the block to get rid of the stormwater is actually going to be a huge benefit that I can't name too many other projects that have done that. So I do want to publicly state that is a big deal for that. And I know people have a concern about stormwater, and granted, we got a lot of rain the other day and there's a lot of water coming, but that's what the ponds are for, to help buffer that. And I do know that by calculations, 8 inch is sufficient. I would like to see something bigger, but I understand 8 inch will meet it. But if it clogs, that's on the developer. So we're not going to send DPW forces out to clean out the 8 inch line.
Right, all that, just to reiterate that, all the piping that we're putting down 35th and College is our responsibility and our fees and our cost,
And
not taxpayer
markers,
money.
people know that.
Right.
We'll go with Alderwoman Day, then Mr. Martinez, and then Commissioner Speck.
I just have one quick follow-up question. With regard to the density, as you mentioned, you started off thinking bigger and then came to the conclusion that 38 was what you were comfortable with. If the increase in density is not allowed, does that kill the project from your perspective?
Financially, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that information.
No, just want to mention that with regards to the concerns for the drainage, the process is that the stormwater management plans and reports that go through a separate review with the engineering department. And that's why in the recommended conditions approval, it says that the applicant must obtain from the engineering department the approval for stormwater management, utilities, and erosion control. So that's a separate review, more technical.
Thank you. Commissioner Speck?
Thank you. I do want to publicly state that I do agree that it is very fitting for your development within this community. In my professional capacity, I have been called out to the property just to west, this way west?
Yes.
To the west, and that community has expressed stormwater concerns to me about water on their property and looking for alternate ways to manage water. And the fact, I know I walked that back field, that a good portion of your property, the neighbor property dumps onto your back property there. I went through and tried figuring out what some options were for that property to the west. So I am going to be very interested in seeing what your stormwater plans are. Which brings me to my question. With this being a condo association or condos, is there going to be an HOA or some type of association who is going to be responsible for being the point of contact for if there are issues with that storm sewer system?
Yes, there will be a HOA.
And it will be managed by the residents or by a company?
At this point, we did not decide that. Based on, our development, we'll decide on that.
The condominium plat is a separate process, and if the application is approved, a condominium plat will be presented before the Plan Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to circle back to you wake up, yesterday morning and you've got a lake, and let's say I'm in this. I'm a neighbor. I'm a neighbor to the west, and I'm looking at this horrible water issue. Who are they, or on this process, who are they calling? Is it someone that's going to be direct with you? Do you have a third party that comes out and addresses this like in real time, or is it going to be like, well, we'll get there next week Thursday when Ben's back and all that kind of crap?
Okay, so the property to the west is higher than us. So,
Well, I use as an example.
No, right,
You pick
but-
up and you got a flood.
right. well,
Now, who do I call?
Right, let's just talk about the property to the west. Since it's higher than us, their water's basically draining on our site. So we're dealing with that. But we're not going onto their site and moving their contours and things like that to get their property to drain properly. Now, we're going to have a connection that they can tie into on our property if they wanted to. I think their problem is in the back of their lot on west, from what I understand. If they can get with our engineers and then pipe into our pipe, basically to create, to fix their water issues. So we have thought about that. We understand there's a problem, but we're also giving them an out to fix that problem. We're not draining any more water to the property to the east. We actually have less water draining to the property to the east because right now, all that water goes to the east. So in our new project, we have less water going to the east because we're holding all the water that's on our property.
Okay, so now we go back to the flood. We have the big lake. And who are they going to call? They're going to call DPW. And then we're going to be turning over to you. You have a third party that handles these complaints, I guess is my whole thing, because it's going to happen. I mean, it's going to have leaves and sticks and all sorts of, that's going to be obstructing. Is it something that you do an annual inspection where they scope the whole pipe to make sure that it's flowing freely? I mean, just if you could touch on that.
Okay, I understand. So you're talking about basically our ponds and our pipes and how all that works. And if our water backs up onto the property to the west, because or however that works.
It backs up on your own property.
Yeah, again, I'm not the owner, but I'm sure there's something built into the HOA that would require these things to be checked out on a regular basis.
Well, I guess that's a concern that I have on that to make sure we get, no more comments. We don't have any comments right now, ma'am. We don't, ma'am. We don't. That's what we had the public hearing for, and there'll be citizen comment period after this. So we have the bookmarks of comments, not for this, but you can comment on it, not. Thank you again, Counselor. So go ahead, answer.
So far, what I understand is that there will be an agreement with the condominium and the city where we're responsible for the maintenance of the pipe. So if your question is regarding the pipe, we are responsible for
Right.
keeping the pipe
Responsible, is it
there.
like, is an annual inspection done, or is there, I'm just wondering what kind of fail-safes are put in place, Mr. City Engineer?
So we do for all current developments that gone back for several years now. There's a stormwater development agreement that'll have to be signed and go to Common Council. That will require an annual inspection and submit that to the city engineering. And most associations are pretty good about doing things on their own property. I am somewhat concerned about the pipe out in the street. If it starts overflowing, what happens? But again, that's where my comment was, to see some kind of a marker. If any issues, call, Joe Schmo at whatever Acme Realty Company kind of thing. So I think that needs to be there, because people need to understand that's not ours. When somebody goes out to locate for utilities, and they call for underground locates, we're not doing it. They'll have to call you to locate it. So.
Right, and all that, like you said, can be all tied into the agreement.
And then, so I'm really only concerned with, as far as the city engineer, I'm only concerned with 35th Street. So I would be kind of curious to see what agreement you have with the county, but that's definitely county right away out front. So.
Thank you. Mr. Haley.
Thank you. Let's stick with the storm for a minute. I love the idea of capturing it and making it go away. How's it going to get there? It's going to run alongside College Avenue in the county right of way?
Right, basically it's underground in an 8-inch pipe.
I got that.
Okay.
Will there be an easement in the public street right of way for that pipe?
Yes.
The county granted that yet?
We are working with the county and they are okay with it. We do not have an
You've
official.
seen that and they're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, and indications are they're probably okay with the driveway location and the side?
Right, they know everything that's going on. They have not
just haven't
objected to anything, so we're just, again, that's kind of the final paperwork that we have to work out with them.
Understood. And then I guess maybe this one's for the city engineer, but what do we know about the condition of the stormwater at 35th and College that we're dumping this into? Capacity there, what happens if there's a backup in that situation and now the city's flooding these people out?
So it actually runs down 35th Street, and I want to say it goes almost all the way to Grove Schmidt, well, not quite all the way to Grove Schmidt Park. Can you use your pointer to show where it ties into?
I think right around here.
And I have it, I forget the size, but it's a significantly larger pipe that dumps in there. So this 8-inch coming in is a very small portion of that pipe. I want to say it's like a 24.
I don't know, but yeah, you're right, it's big.
So there's city storm sewer in 35th Street.
Correct.
And when it gets to the corner of the pond, where does it go from there? Is it discharging to the pond, the lake? Where's that stormwater going?
I want to say it flows to the east, but I don't recall.
Okay. My concerns are, we're taking a full 8-inch pipe and directing it at someplace else. And we don't know the capacity. It being directional bored, it probably won't be as accessible. There won't be manholes, or at least not as frequently as you normally would do. So it might be an issue to find what's causing the problem and actually get in and do something about it. And in the rainstorm isn't the time. So I've got a lot of concerns about that. I think it's a great engineering solution. You always got to think about where the water ends up and how it gets there.
If I could clarify, I don't know the capacity, but we are working on that. So
Okay,
my
well,
staff
that'd be a
does.
good thing to get a handle on before. I mean, that could be a deal breaker here.
I have staff that
Okay.
handles the stormwater part, yes.
Okay. We'll move on from the storm. Although what I will say that the comments were made, the storm basins are pretty much occupying all the green space. There's no place here for the kids, and you're doing 3-bedroom condominium. So I don't know where they play. The suggestion was the park. The park doesn't want them that way. You know, I discussed this with the natural areas manager with the previous proposals. The biggest concern they have is that people are going to walk out the back door and head south and walk right into the park, taking volunteer trails through this property and through the wetlands and the park areas. These are all sensitive areas. So they don't want uncontrolled access points there. It's not they don't want people in the park. They don't want them coming from this property. So to that end, I think it's essential that you work with the county as they're looking at developing the street and get sidewalks out there. The only alternative for children to get to green space here is going to be to walk out to College Avenue, head east, and go down 35th Street. So that opportunity, that route should be there. And I think that's a really significant safety concern. And just hoping it's not an issue down the line. You've got a site here that's completely occupied. It's stormwater detention and snow removal storage. Those aren't places for kids to play. In fact, I believe our ordinance doesn't allow us to count those as green spaces, easement areas and all that. So you're putting a lot in the bag. Well, I guess what I'm telling you here, besides some other concerns I have, I'm not good with the increased density. That's what we discussed with the previous applications. It was just trying to put too much into too tight of a site. I don't know what else to say. I also have significant concerns about the actual construction of these buildings on the south end of the parcel. The engineering plans clearly show limits of disturbance, meaning all contractors are supposed to stay inside of that line and not go beyond it. It does, on the plans, provide a decent buffer from the park and the included wetlands. I've yet to see a construction project where the contractors aren't in those spaces almost immediately. It takes 20, 30, 40 feet around a building to operate machinery and get it in. So moving forward with this project, I would definitely want to see that closely watched and maintained. Because it's not just somebody being protective of the park, although we all should. It's a natural area. It's not designed to have people walking through it. It's not designed to have sediment loads being dumped into it, which is why I was asking the questions about the storm sewer. And if in fact it's the storm sewer in 35th Street discharges to here, then there's a whole nother situation, a series of problems that I don't even want to get into right here. It has to have some place to go, and we should know that it has that. So given that done, I like the architecture. I think it's an appropriate project, but I just can't support the density that you're looking for.
Anyone else at this time? So if there is a motion on this, who's reading this one? Regular?
I guess I just have one kind of comment.
I'll tell you what, okay, we'll hold off on the motion. Go ahead, you get the floor.
You know, kind of on the density thing, you know, if the fire department, which I agree, you know, is an important aspect of any community, if you're saying that you don't want the density because of the fire department, if that's one of your major issues, then how is there any other development happening in the city of Franklin where you're going to increase density?
Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. It is a fair point, and the fire department, in full disclosure, does put a similar comment on almost every development project that comes through. It's more or less just for us to be mindful of as we are approving or not approving projects that are public services are, you know, stretched to capacity. That being said, I think for the density piece for this particular project, there's more to it than just the EMS response and fire response. There's the concern about losing space in replacing with impervious surfaces, thereby potentially creating a bigger water runoff issue. There's the concern about, as was discussed, the green space, and so there's more to it than just the fire piece. At least I'm not speaking for everyone, but at least speaking for myself, that there's more to it with the density concern than just the fire response.
Anything before we go further to a motion? Sir.
So when I was living here for the last 2 years, I've been approached by different people to buy this lot, out-of-state people. But I live here, I care for the community. So I think if we cannot do this, somebody else will do something, And I'm not sure if it's going to be as good as what we tried here. Thank you.
Mr. City Engineer.
So this does go to Common Council either way, and I guess I just would like to say that this is probably the nicest, seriously the nicest one we've seen in this area. So I guess I'm willing to kick it to Common Council to talk about that discussion.
Commissioner Speck.
From my position, the biggest concern I have is that you're going to make these amazing condos that people are going to buy, and you be potentially leaving these residents with drainage issues after you've walked away. If we can work out something to assure that we aren't leaving the future purchases of this area with a future problem that they're going to end up having to pay for out of their pocket as a community, I could see supporting this. Unfortunately, I like digging in the details, but we won't be seeing those till later because we first need our approval.
Correct. And again, he's actually going to be living in one of the units, with his family when they're built. So it's not like he's building something, running away and saying, see you later. And I guess I just want to overemphasize the engineering again. There are so many people involved with the engineering on this project because it is a project that we're sure that we're going to take care of this problem. We just have too many smart minds working on this, and people who are against it, who are more than welcome to have their engineers look at, because we're solving the problem for the people to the west by giving them access to something that will help them out. We are draining less water to the property to the east, so that will help them in the long run. I mean, I think that if the site remained the way it is, we're actually making the site better with what we're doing with our civil engineering.
Thank you. I like to always bring up the rear in the comments. So a couple things. I'm very happy that a local resident is looking to try to improve our community, and I think I agree with the city engineer. This is probably, as far as aesthetics go, one of the best projects brought forward. My concerns are with density, a little bit, but drainage a lot. So my big concern is about the drainage issue, the flooding, and the last thing we want to do is make anything worse for our neighbors. The last thing we want to do. That's how I'm going to close this. Mr. City Attorney.
Just with regard to the standards for the review and processing of a special use, just thought staff can correct any thoughts on this with regard to the details and facts of this particular application. But with regard to a special use pursuant to the Wisconsin statutes, if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all of the requirements and conditions specified in the city ordinance, the city shall grant the application request based on substantial evidence that's provided that it will be. And any conditions must be reasonable, et cetera. And the applicant demonstrates that the application and all requirements and conditions established by the city relating to the conditional use, special use, are or shall be satisfied, the city has to approve. So
Correct, but in this case, the density is exceeding the ordinance requirement.
density issue with regard to meeting city special use requirements?
Well, the additional comments are in the recommended conditions, like, for example, that they need to obtain approval of the stormwater management through engineering. So that's all in the condition of approval.
Okay, but that's all covered. Okay.
So this motion is to approve the density requested by the applicant. A motion to recommend approval of a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a special use for Lake Grove Place, a multifamily development with 38 dwelling units upon property located at approximately 3709 West College Avenue, Safari Homes, Franklin, LLC.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a first. Is there a second?
I
Is
can
there-
second it for the vote.
So there is a second to the motion. So we have a first and a second.
Clarification.
Go ahead, Mr. City
And
Engineer.
there, just to be clear, there would be a follow-up vote on the site plan, correct?
Correct, that's a separate motion.
Correct.
So first motion, we have a first and a second. Why don't we do a roll call on this, please?
Commissioner Specht?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Shogo?
No.
Commissioner Haley?
No.
City Engineer Morrow?
Yes.
Alderwoman Day?
No.
So that's 3 noes, 2 yeses, motion fails.
And the motion for discipling is conditioned upon the special use.
So with the failing of this,
Still goes to common council.
yes, it's still
Correct.
moved forward to common
Okay.
council, but at this point it is not being supported by the plan commission of the city of
Okay.
Franklin.
Motion for the site plan? A motion to adopt a resolution approving a site plan for Lake Grove Place, a multifamily residential development, 3709 West College Avenue, Safari Homes, Franklin, LLC applicant.
Mr. City Engineer.
When we're ready to make the motion, I would like to add the requirement to put a sidewalk along College Avenue.
So you're adding that to the motion?
I'll make that motion with that condition, yes.
So we have a first with that added condition. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Very good. We have a first and a second. We're going to do roll call again, please.
Commissioner Specht?
Yes.
Commissioner Shogo?
No.
Commissioner Haley?
No.
City Engineer Morrow?
Yes.
Alderwoman Day?
No.
3 noes, 2 yeses. That motion also fails. All right. Thank you.
Special use still goes to the council.
Special use still goes to the council, but this is the plan. Thank you. If you're okay with giving him back his pointer.
Well, you're half the excited. Yeah.
You are next, you're true. Right? Next is D. David, citizen comment period. Citizens may comment upon the business matters set forth on this meeting agenda. Not backwards, but forward. So the forward 6 agenda items can be opened up to citizen comment period. And that's again, 3 minutes maximum. Name and address for the record, and we will open it up at this time. Anybody? Seeing nobody, we will close citizen comment period. Ma'am, were you looking to speak? I'm sorry?
At the time.
Thank you.
Linda Mathwig, 7321 Brun Drive. As I said before, actually, my points are under the business matters, E, number 2 and 3 regarding the rock uses. As I said before, the citizens of Franklin need to start holding the elected officials, employees accountable for their actions because it is directly affecting area neighborhoods and the city as a whole. Because of the previous meeting on Tuesday, the Common Council meeting, with action being taken against the Rock for the approximately $1 million owing fee, I actually don't know how any activities are allowed to happen on the property because it is clearly a violation against the municipal ordinance. So I just, again, we need to start holding you guys accountable for what's happening within our city because I just really feel that our city is being jeopardized. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dale Kerner, 8630 West Hawthorne Lane. Again, I speak to you. This will be the second time this week, many times over the course of the 5 years. We ask you not to verbally change rules. The rules are 50 decibels, property line. You keep moving them all around at 55, 56, whatever. Keep it at 50. I'm asking you the same courtesy that I would give to yourselves that I should receive to be treated as a citizen of Franklin and to only be allowed 50 decibels in the area. It's a common courtesy to one another. This is not a 3-day event like a church festival. You go, hey, no big deal. This is an ongoing thing from, I guess the first game is tomorrow, May, into Hills Has Eyes in October. So again, let's keep it at 50. Thank you.
Judy, we can bring it to you if you want. Take your time.
Thank you. Judy Mills on Winston Way. I would just like to comment that it's like the Rock problems never stop. They, what was proposed as a baseball field initially for baseball for Little League and a baseball team has grown to, as the gentleman said, the Rock has eyes. I mean, there's something going on all the time, and every time you turn around, Zimmerman has thought up something else to add to this, and this wasn't what the citizens of Franklin ever thought this was going to grow into. I mean, from a baseball operation to what it is now is a far cry from what this was initially presented to the people of Franklin. And it's this bait and switch constantly is getting real tiring. And it's just, it's almost, it isn't like it's almost, the taxpayers don't count. The people who live here don't count. It's Zimmerman and the Rock and whatever he wants, whatever dumb thing he can think of. The Planning Commission and the Common Council goes, yeah, oh, good idea. And it comes to pass. And no matter what the citizens and the taxpayers say, is it's like we're talking to the moon because it's like I don't know what we're doing here except living and paying taxes here and being annoyed by the Rock. And no matter what he does, no matter how many violations he has, it's just all ignored, and so he can have something else and something else. And I just think that as a planning commission, as a common council, you have to value the citizens of Franklin more than you do this guy Zimmerman and what he wants to do on the rock. I mean, I'd like to see him get turned down multiple times for some of the stuff he wants. And that the taxpayers that are having to live with this don't have to put up with it. That we're not. I mean, I have a bag here full of stuff on. How,
3 minutes, Ms. Mills.
okay, the low opinion that the people in the metropolitan area have of Franklin. I mean, they think we're a clown act here. And it's all because of Zimmerman and his antics. And
3 minutes. That's actually like almost.
okay,
Yeah,
well,
thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Danella, do I have to say my address?
Name and address, please.
Danella McAdams, 8735 West Hawthorne Court. I do want to acknowledge that this is the first time in years that we've been heard. So I do appreciate all of your attention to this matter. I do agree with Dale, like everybody else, the decibel level should stay at 50. There's no reason why the Rocks should get special treatment than anybody else. The other, I know there were a lot of questions asked at the Common Council about tacos and tequila, which was great because it was a heck of a lot more than what was done last year. So I do appreciate that. I just have a concern that we're still not getting confirmation that our community is not going to have to hear the language and, you know, from the songs that are going to be played. Yes, I know it's not going to be played again towards our neighborhood. It's going to be facing out. But is that how we want to represent Franklin? If people are at a restaurant and they can hear that type of language, and it's not, you know, a couple swear words here and there, it's derogatory, it's filth, it's racial slurs, it's disgusting. And so while I do appreciate what's been done, I still have a big concern when there was the vote that it still passed. If they can guarantee that outside of the parameters of the Rock, they can do whatever they want. But when other people have to be exposed to that, that's just not right. And I don't think that as officials of the city, that's how you want to be representing our city. Thank you.
You must have one strong left arm. It's like a bowler. You must have that bigger.
Why do you say that? Carrying all my papers?
Always.
Well, I got to get some muscle somehow. I'm here to, first of all, I did submit my
Who
papers.
are you? Anyway?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Where do you live?
Dana Gint. I'm sure you know I live in Hawthorne. I just want to know, I did submit my information to be the representative for the neighborhood, so I should be able to speak longer.
No, actually, all that states is that you are speaking on behalf of the group.
Yes.
Doesn't talk about lengthening the time at all. Just so you know, I researched
Does
that. I
it
was
really?
waiting for you to.
Fascinating. Well, there you go. Well, anyways, I'm going to talk anyway. I'm just asking for some clarifications. First of all, is the food truck going to have live music? That's one question I think needs to be addressed. And if it is, did they submit the proper applications? The whole question about Exhibit C, there's documents in here. The city attorney and the planning director, the planning staff, city development, talk about Exhibit C. But then there's a page in here, which I've brought up before, that the city staff administratively changed the decibel levels and said we're not following the Exhibit C. So can someone please clarify, are we following Exhibit C or not? Can someone answer that question?
I would defer to any staff at this point, or staff will
Okay.
get back to you on.
Because it's very confusing that they're both in the packet. And it says, it's a letter to the Rock Charity saying that they're following a different ordinance and that they're no longer following Exhibit C. So I'm not sure how you can remove a portion of a contract with a county administratively without it going through the Common Council. And I don't even know if you can remove it at all related to the county. The other question I have is the helicopter. I believe that should be a special use. It's not similar to any activity at the ballpark. and it needs to be especially not an extraordinary entertainment application, so it can go through proper review, because that is as loud as fireworks. It's actually louder, and it circles the neighborhood for 30 minutes. It's not even, it's longer than the fireworks situation. The other question in your report, it says that there's no violations regarding the rock, but then 2 paragraphs later, it says the monitors have not been working for 2 years. So how can you say and have any confidence and look people in the face and say, oh, there's no violations, but sorry, the monitors for your neighborhood were not working for 2 seasons? And then on Tuesday, you guys talked about the 50 to 5 decibels. Clearly that's not following your resolution. That's not following what all other neighborhoods get to enjoy, which is 50. And I know there's a lot of confusion on Facebook and everywhere else. We're not talking about 55 decibels in the stadium. We're talking about 55 decibels, 50 decibels, 500 feet away or even more from the stadium. I think that needs to be clarified, that that's not 55 decibels in the stadium or anywhere near the stadium. It's in neighborhoods and surrounding districts. So that's been very confusing online. It seems like people are confused about that. There is a comment in here about well, it was supposed to be done in 2020, the annual review of the monitoring reports, like the actual decibel levels, the reports related to that. And I understand the monitors have been pretty much broken on and off since 2019. But I'm not sure why the city staff would say, so it was something that's supposed to be done in 2020. The city staff recommends that it would be done, put on the planning commission 90 days after the start of the season. That's pretty much waiting till the end of the season. What is the purpose of that? That is so disingenuous that you are actually trying to fix the noise problem. If you're going to wait to discuss this again at this council, that you're going to wait till the end of the season. There's 15 games that you could do it by June 5th, 13th. Put on your planning commission for June 13th. You can look at 15 baseball games and anything else. So thank you. Please do that.
I guess I'm just going to kind of respond back to one thing, because when we were out there, for those that don't know, we were out there 2 Sundays ago, and we did a sound check regarding the ballpark and where we were at. And I don't know where this 50 is coming from, because as we sat there with complete ambient sound was mid-50s, low to mid. So to say that first pitch goes in and now 911 calls start coming in because, well, they're over 50. Well, they're over 50 right now. There's nothing going on. So I guess that's what I see as the big sticking point, is the unrealistic decibel amount when it's just ambient. Nothing's going on, and we're sitting at the Knowles residence. That's just reality. I mean, to say it's got to be 50-50, and if it's over 50, we're calling 911 and shutting everything down, and that's ridiculous. So
Mayor.
somehow, well, we were there. I was there with you.
I agree, but there was no really discussion about the numbers. But you're being very kind of disingenuous, because obviously.
Not being disingenuous.
No,
I'm
because
being factual. I am
because
about
people
100% facts.
people are obviously not going to call if it's 51 decibels. And if you look up,
been calling. I don't know. This is the thing, is
Yeah.
when we're going to this, and I'm sitting here, and we're going to where we're going to be with this decibels. Now it's 50. I mean, we were there. We had Van McNeil in the box. We had Mr. Adkins there with his laptop.
Mm-hmm.
It was said all the speakers were turned in. It was a nice sound check test. Everyone, Mr. McAdams was there. It was wonderful. And now we're hearing, I'm being disingenuous at 50?
no, I'm saying that you're saying that my neighborhood's going to call 911 if it's 51.
Calls will come in nonstop to the police department.
We're
911,
not-
I hope it's not 911, because that would be a huge waste
Oh,
of resources.
I totally agree with you, Mayor Nelson.
We're not having a debate, Mrs. McAdams, because your husband was there.
Right.
But
No.
see,
Well, there wasn't an actual event
I
going.
had to set the record
Yeah.
straight with this 50 thing. I had to set this straight. That was my whole goal, was to say, look, it's not 50. 50 is not anywhere near. It's ambient at 55. I don't know why this is now
So-
50.
Okay, Mayor Nelson, obviously there is ambient noise.
Yes.
If you look at traffic is exempt from noise ordinances. So is Bob Knoll's lawnmower. Anything else, I understand there's ambient noise. There's probably ambient noise in this room right now. But if it's coming from a different source that's not exempt from noise standards, then it needs to be measured. And I am 100% confident, I will go put my name out there. I'm confident there isn't going to be people in our neighborhood calling if it's 50, 52, whatever.
Well,
We were used to 79, okay?
We agreed upon at the Knowles driveway. You didn't,
I disagree with that. I don't think the neighbors, from my discussions with the neighbors, and I'm just as speaking on behalf of them, there's probably some that might disagree. I don't know. But I'm just saying there was not an actual, the concerns that I've heard is there was not an actual event going on, which is true. There was not an actual event going on. And given all the misrepresentations and the promises that we've had over the last 10 years, we are skeptical, which is perfectly reasonable considering we have been treated totally unkind and ignored for 10 years and mocked and insulted. So for us to be a little skeptical, I think is justified. So I'm just saying we are open to discuss what the decibel level needs to be. And I think that the more sound checks and things like that, we want an actual event going on, I guess that's what I'm saying, Mayor Nelson. So we can have an understanding. There really wasn't a discussion about the decibel levels and that monitor that has the microphone 30 feet in the air, that needs to be lowered to where it's supposed to be for all standards, which is by your ear. Why would you measure sound 30 feet in the air? It needs to be level with the ground. If you look at any research for sources for sound, like if you have your handheld, you bought your handheld device and you're like, do you hold it 30 feet in the air? No, you hold it like this, John. So that's
I
my,
held it right in front of the Knowles property on the
Exactly.
street.
That's what I'm
10
saying.
a.m., noon, and 2.
So why is the
Let me talk,
okay,
okay?
Yeah.
10 a.m., noon, and 2 p.m. And before Enchant started, and it was just sitting there with the wind and the birds, mid-50s, low to mid-50s. So, okay, now what? Now if it goes above 50, it's going to be PD calls and fines and
John,
everything.
do you honestly
I
think that?
hope not.
Of course not.
Well, okay, but you're going to sit,
don't think so.
I want to make sure that we've done a lot in the last year to try to remedy this issue. We have done a lot.
And you've had a lot of delays. I understand that. Not
No, we have. We
Yeah.
have had a lot of
right.
delays.
I mean, the monitors were supposed to be sent out for lab testing, and now you don't have time to do that. So there's a
Well, they were
there's
field tested. They were
they're field tested.
April.
If you look at the Milwaukee County Sound Study, it's supposed to be field tested monthly, and they recommend it lab tested, obviously
Recommend
annually.
that, but it was
Right.
field tested in April.
Right. No, I
But
understand.
I'm just trying, I'm trying.
And I know we don't have time to lab test it. I'm sure that'll be part of next year. But I'm just saying,
But
there's a
thank-
lot of progress that's been made, and I appreciate that immensely. I'm just saying, there's still room for making sure that this all works for everybody.
Agreed.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Just a second. I don't think anybody in the neighborhood.
Name and address, please.
Dale Kerner, 8630 West Hawthorne Lane. I don't believe there's anybody in our neighborhood that's ever called 911 in regards to the sound. So that's kind of disingenuous.
I hope not.
No, but I'm just saying, we've never.
Fireworks, when fireworks were going on, there was a plethora of calls.
I have disrespect for those people that would do that. I've never used 911 when I've made a call. I've called their 425 number and I let it that way. To say that I don't know anybody that would have done that. So I just want to bring that to people's attention. So we respect our city, respect our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerner. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time for citizens comment period on items E1 through 6? Going once, going twice? No, we already went once around. Well, citizen comment period going to E, business matters. E1, Cape Crossing site plan. Nick, you have this one?
Yep. So this is a site plan for the Cape Crossing subdivision. Consists of a swimming pool, pool house, driveway, fence, fire pit, playground, additional landscaping, walking paths, and a fountain within the stormwater pond area. The pool house buildings comprise of primarily siding with a stone base. The fence, which will surround the pool area, is 5 feet tall and black aluminum. The applicant is not providing separate parking for the area. Staff did and does have a condition recommending a minimum of 3 striped parking spaces, including one ADA space. The applicant did indicate that they have similar developments and having they don't see much of a demand for parking, and having a 24-foot drive that they would anticipate if someone does need to park, they could do it on the drive. But like I said, staff did include that parking condition within the draft resolution. The only other conditions would be just confirmation that the fire department is okay with the fire pit, and the engineering department will need to do a separate review on the fountain for the pond. And then just the typical condition for final grading, and the engineering department type approvals.
Mr. City Engineer.
For some reason, I was thinking this development is going to have a clubhouse / pool. So I don't see any sort of clubhouse. Is that to come in the future, or they?
Well, it says pool house, right?
It says pool house, but that, in my mind, is not what I
So
would
like a
call
changing
clubhouse.
area.
Yeah.
Please have a seat. If you are going to make comment, please just state your name and business address for the record, and hold that right up close to you.
Yeah, Ryan Fritsch with Newman Developments, N27W24025, Paul Court, Pewaukee. There is no clubhouse planned. It's just a pool house, essentially. So there's 2 single-stall restrooms and an equipment room that's with this building.
And the capacity of the pool?
I believe it's 132 patrons. It's all dependent on square footage, and that'll be determined with our final construction plans for the pool vessel itself.
And my final comment was, it's hard to go to Walmart, Meijer, Target, wherever, where somebody is not driving around for 20 minutes to get a parking place up close. I can maybe see somebody right next door walking over to the pool house, but I have a tough time seeing up to 132 patrons walking. So I have a hard time not providing a parking area, because this is right at the entrance where, we had a lot of discussion about the fire department getting access in and out. And that's why there's the double road there. So there's the 2 access, plus there's a emergency access to the other end. But I really feel that there should be half dozen or more, 10, 20, maybe 20 might be too much, but a good half dozen to a dozen parking spaces. That's my personal feeling. I can't see that many people who don't want to, as the development was pitched, people don't want to be outside working and doing their yard and that sort of thing. So those tend to be the people that want to drive to, 2 blocks away to go to the pool. So that's my thoughts.
Sure, and we've done a couple very similar layouts in communities in the Milwaukee area. Some include larger parking areas. Some are just the driveway as this, and we see really that in almost all cases the parking lot's empty. I think really it just comes down to days of use are days where people are willing to walk, where it's nice out. So we're comfortable with the design as is. We're also comfortable with the conditions set forward by staff to include some painted parking stalls.
I think 3 sounds like too few, but that's my personal.
Alderwoman Day.
Just for clarification on the parking, you said you were amicable to the staff recommendation for the 3 parking stalls.
Correct.
In the staff report, it's parking stalls for ADA. Is that how you would be striping them, or would they be general use?
I believe 1 is for ADA. We can be comfortable with whatever's required.
The condition is 2 regular spaces, 1 ADA compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Recommended.
Thank you, that was for my clarification.
Other members at this time that may have questions? I'll go last. Commissioner Haley.
I'll just raise my voice in support of the parking. You've got a nice network of paths, trails here, and people with disabilities may not be able to crank the whole half mile that it takes to get there. So I'd like to see some parking spaces out there.
Could I ask how many spaces?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. City Engineer, go ahead.
I'm just curious, I mean, we need to come up with a number. I think 3 is too few. I don't want to see 20. I think that's probably a waste of asphalt. But I do feel like there needs to be a half dozen to a dozen.
Is that about, Mr. Haley, is that about a reasonable? What is
10?
your,
10?
what are your thoughts on adding more before we start deciding what you?
Yeah, so yeah, given the profile of the driveway, I don't know the exact length of it, but you know, we could certainly fit more than 3 with just painting stalls as shown. One option, I guess, would be just to maximize what's given with the driveway as shown.
May I suggest 10? Probably 2 handicap, and you could, if they can all fit in your semicircle, power to you, but if it can't, then add a few more spaces coming off of that.
So just to clarify, you're okay with just striping along the perimeter?
I am okay
of
with
the
striping along the
drive to
yeah, the arc,
parking?
yeah. But not out in the main street, just the arc.
Right.
So this is for Mr. Fuchs. Do we have a requirement for walking paths with this? Is that a requirement of this?
I don't believe that's a category for
And,
parking standard in the UDO.
okay, and when these paths are put in, I'm not sure if there's a way is there a connectivity that they're connecting to other paths? Is it a path to nowhere, or where is these? I mean, at this point, I mean, Mr. City Engineer, could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, so if you look along Ryan Road, we made them put a pathway in that just basically stretches from Muskego down, goes along the entire frontage of the development. There are paths through, like if you were to walk out the pool, there's a path, yeah, there, right there. And then I believe there's sidewalks, both sides, I believe.
Correct.
So, yeah, we wanted this to be a walkable community. And I do appreciate that some will walk, but I think it's a huge community. And I just, seeing people circle, again, the Target parking lot, trying to look for that spot up front, hard to believe that up to 132 patrons, you wouldn't have, at least half dozen to a dozen cars wanting to drive up there.
Okay, then we'll get down there, because I'm looking at like ahead to number 5, and we'll get into that connectivity piece later. Mr. Haley.
I guess just a reminder, the previous submittal showed significant parking out there. I think there was like 10 spots on the last submittal we saw. It would be a good thing to have adequate parking. People are going to use them, even if it's just for dropping off the kids, groceries.
Okay, any further comments from you, sir?
No, not at this time.
Okay, I don't need to put you on the spot, but just be on the spot. I can put on the spot once in a while. Nick, anything else on this?
No, as long as it sounds like everyone's under the understanding of what they can fit for parking around the drive without increasing the width, so it'd stay the same width would be my understanding. Just
So if they
striking
could
those
fit
spaces.
10 spaces around the arc, that's fine. But if they can't, I think that they would have to add 1 or 2 pull off, like, additional spots, if you will. So you're welcome to stripe what you can on the arc, but my gut tells me 10 is probably what I'd like to see. That's what I would support.
So that would be addition to the motion?
Yes, sir.
So if it is 10 that's required, would this be a strictly staff review?
I would personally be okay with staff. I mean, as long as we all understand we need to see 10.
It's a lot of counting.
What's it?
It's a lot of counting.
Only 2 hands.
288.
So I guess is that 288 and 10 or
No.
8 and 288?
8 and 2.
8 and 2. Okay, just so it's specific in the motion. All right, regular, would you please read the motion?
A motion to adopt a resolution approving a site plan for the construction of a swimming pool, pool house, driveway, fencing, fire pit, playground, landscaping, walking path, and water fountain within outlot number 7 and outlot number 8 of the Cape Crossing subdivision, tax key numbers 890-10700000 and 890-1071-000, Newman Development Inc.'s applicant with a minimum
8 regular parking spaces, 2 accessible spaces, understanding they can do on-circle parking, but not on-street parking.
Okay, is there a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. E2. I'll go up the revised one in front of you. To Rockin' Food Truck Rally Temporary Use. Food truck event from May 30th to September 19th, 2024, Thursdays only, at the Umbrella Bar. Upon property located at 7005 South Ballpark Drive. If you don't mind, if that conversation is going to take place out there, please. Leroy, thank you. I'm going to reread this in case we lost a few people here. Number 2, E as in Edward 2, Rockin' Food Truck Rally Temporary Use Food Truck Event from May 30th to September 19th, 2024, Thursdays only, at the Umbrella Bar upon property located at 7005 South Ballpark Drive. Tax key number 744-1003-000. Regulo.
Thank you. Okay. As you mentioned, Mayor, this is a temporary use for the Rockin' Food Rally event. This permit was previously approved by staff since the duration is what it's allowed for staff to approve. However, due to the noise complaints, staff is referring this application to the Plan Commission. That's in accordance with the UDO that says that in case of questions about noise, debris, lighting, etc., the zoning administrator may refer an application to the Plan Commission for decision. With regards to the noise issues, I'd like to mention that typically the complaints are associated like with the Umbrella Bar that have the music. According to the project narrative submitted, I don't see any information about live music from the food trucks. So staff does not anticipate any noise issues that will be created from the food trucks, and the applicant can confirm if that is correct, that there will.
The applicant here, could one of you please come up here and take center stage and just state, or two, have a seat at the table, please, and just state your name and business address for the record.
Corinne Hoffman.
Take it in.
Corinne Hoffman.
Bring it towards you. Bring the mic, it moves.
Corinne Hoffman,
Thank you.
7044 South Ballpark Drive.
You can have your own.
Mike Atkins, same address.
Very good. Good evening and welcome.
Just to confirm, any live music from the food trucks?
Yes, so
Okay.
typically on Thursday food truck rally, we do have live acoustic music by a local cover artist. That does conclude at 9 p.m.
Right, but that's with the separate summer concert series, or
No,
that's
sir.
a separate event?
Yes, so summer concert series is on Saturdays.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
I am curious. You say that noise complaints related to this. To my knowledge, there have never been a noise complaint related to the food.
No,
truck
I say
event.
that, no, that we're not related to the food trucks. That's what,
Okay.
yeah, sorry for
And
the,
if I could ask the applicants over here, how many years now have the food trucks been there? If you know.
I believe 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's over 5. Okay, good. All right, that was just a sidebar. Thank you. Martina?
okay. So in the review of this application, it was routed to city departments. We received comments. So the comment from the health department about the requirement of license, it's added as a recommended conditions of approval, as well as the comment from the fire department regarding compliance with the fire code. The maximum number of food trucks shall be 10, hours of operation from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And one question for policy direction from the Plan Commission. If for the next year application, will the Plan Commission recommend staff approval, or would like to see this application be presented again before you? So, and the sound level will be the typical sound level of 55. for a higher sound level, it will need to be presented before the Common Council.
Thank you. I'll go last. City Attorney.
There's room for debate
Hit the button.
on these sound levels. And I can get into a little more detail on the next item where sound is involved. But Common Council, per one provision which does not cover all in the planned development district refers to 79 decibels, which would require council approval. But there are also provisions elsewhere in the planned development district, which is ordinance, which is a zoning ordinance, which says, other than that, that the underlying zoning shall be what it is for the P1 Parks District. And I believe that there's the Unified Development Ordinance, decibel limits chart in the ordinance, and for P1 parks, the decibel limit at the property line is 55, if that's applicable, because I say there's room for debate also on that.
55 with a permit.
And if you want to hear further thoughts on the entire sound level, I can do that now, otherwise wait till the next item. Because I understand that sound's not an issue on this one.
No, I would.
Unless you think that one event should still have sound regulations in this resolution. But I'm seeing Member Alderwoman Day nodding her head yes.
Sure, that's fine.
Well, and this is all subject to consideration by the decision-making body. And under all the circumstances here, there has been an awful lot going on. And one of the bottom lines was mentioned in the Milwaukee County Prepared For Sound Study. And some of the noise that occurs pursuant to the findings in the study constituted, in effect, a public nuisance. Under such circumstances, regardless of limits set within a code, the government that regulates and enacts that code can make changes therefrom under the circumstances of a public nuisance. And in that regard, I did put together a potential motion, which is lengthy, but it has 3 or 4 bases for doing so. And this was with regard to the temporary use for the Franklin Field, which is the next item on this agenda. But the potential motion was along the lines of, in consideration of the development agreement between BPC County Land LLC and Milwaukee County, Exhibit C Noise and Light Addendum, and the provision number 2, Noise and Light Standards and Development Plan, providing in part that the project shall be subject to the following noise and light standards as set forth in the Franklin ordinances, parent close, quote, noise and light standards, close parent, close quote, and then references, quote, section 183-41 noise, and then, quote, with approval by the city of Franklin, such other applicable noise or light standards as may apply for a particular event or specified uses within the project boundaries, close quote. And the Milwaukee County Sound Study, noting in part that excessive sounds, noise constitute a public nuisance, and that the council has authorized the UDO update consultant and city staff to work to amend the municipal code and unified development ordinance provisions pertaining to noise regulations accordingly, and upon review of records of decibel readings during baseball games uses through the years provided by city staff, the motion is hereby made to add a condition to the approval of the temporary use permit, providing, quote, "The uses and activities of this temporary use permit must comply with the maximum sound level of," and I put in brackets here as potential alternatives, just to contemplate. One was 60, the other one was 65 dBA as measured at the property boundary. And this was done understanding that staff has regulated and staff has prepared these or approved these temporary uses over the last 4 years, I guess, and that 79 dB has been the standard. So when I was drafting this, my thought was to lower it, but I had also been informed of the mayors over 55, but in the 50s still, and that perhaps a reasonable amendment which would accommodate all sides would be in this realm, and that would be the basis to do it. So those are my thoughts on it.
Mr. City Engineer?
So I'm confused. So when I read through this, it looked like they were just asking for permission to sell things out of trucks. Because it's called Rock and Food Truck Rally, but there's nothing in here subject to music except for the paragraph where you were talking about a summer concert series. So I guess my thought was, how much noise does it take someone to sell tacos? You know, is there, you know, I've been around some food trucks where maybe the generators may not be the loudest or may not be the softest. But I guess, are we being asked to comment on the music part? Because I can't imagine that selling food is a noise issue. Are we talking about music?
Well, the thing is, I was surprised saying the applicant would say that there was music here because I'm looking at the narrative here, and I don't see music listed here.
So we have to
in the
understand
project
that-
narrative.
So my question is, we have to understand that if we approve this, we're only approving somebody to go up there and open their trucks and sell food. We're not talking anything about the speakers on the trucks and music that they might play or anything like that. That's all off the table, correct?
Correct, because we approve what we receive.
Okay.
And that is listed in the project narrative.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Alderwoman Day?
Yeah, so that's my question. There's no music in here, so there can't be music at the event. Are you understanding the conundrum that is happening now?
So I'm still waiting on you as a governing body to tell me who approves that, because if this was staff approval previously, there's been music there for years. And so if now you're saying you're only approving the food trucks, then who do I go to approve the music? And if that's then an extraordinary event, why are we even sitting here today? I should have
Well,
applied
that's-
as
well,
an extraordinary event to begin with.
That's my first question, is if this is even the right,
I think I know the answer to that.
okay.
'Cause I did ask the clerk today, I said, why didn't this go through the extraordinary event process? And her response was, is that because it was part of the PDD that allows sale of food trucks to be just a special use. Sell of food out of food trucks to be a special, that's the response I was.
Temporary use, the food trucks.
Correct.
Temporary use, not special use.
Oh,
Correct, temporary.
you're correct.
Yeah.
Temporary use, sorry.
I mean, I'm prepared to talk about the music and the sound if we can, as it's written here. I just want to make sure that we're talking about what's really going to happen, and we have the right permit in front of us, and we are talking about the event as it's going to happen, because I don't want to approve this and have everyone think we're only approving food, then you show up on May 30th and have a band, and then there's a problem.
So
I
let's
wanna make
let's
sure that we-
clarify what the historical has been. It has not been a band. It's a guy with a guitar. I mean, that's the extent of what we're talking about. And then I'll give color on the permitting. We asked the city questions at the beginning of the year and said, how should we permit these? You know, this is everything we have going on. Here's our calendar. How should we permit these? The instruction back to us was to do it as you have in the past. So we have submitted this TUA as we have in the past, and largely all that's been updated on it is some dates and times And so I guess I'm curious why formerly it was approved, staff approval, and now we're sitting in front of you today discussing it.
Just an engineer.
I guess my response is
If you're gonna
that,
talk.
I'm sorry. I guess
No,
my-
I'm just.
I guess my response is that your noise limit for this event, having food trucks there, was the same as it would be tonight if someone just turned on the radio to like background music while they're drinking their sodas or whatever. So I guess you're
We're not asking for any special sound considerations for
So
this
I
event.
just want to make that clear that this issue has zero to do with sound unless we think that food trucks would be, and I've had the pleasure of sitting through hours of citizen complaints and comments about the Rock, and I don't think I've heard one single issue about the food trucks are too loud. So I guess I just want to make sure that if we approve this, because I don't read anything in here about sound, that we're not talking about sound, so you're held to whatever standards you're held tonight, if somebody were up there.
Mr. Martinez?
No, to regards to your question, Mike, I just want to clarify that according to the ordinance, the temporary use for this duration for food trucks is for staff approval. But the staff, if there are any question about noise, debris, etc., have the right to refer the application to the Plan Commission for their consideration.
Understood. Thank you.
Alderwoman Day?
Okay, so, now that that's cleared up, so you've got your acoustic folks, I'm sure, lined up. Okay, so they come in and how they're playing, they're attached to their own amplifier, no amplifier attached to the sound system, they're just playing their guitar with nothing else around.
I mean, I can't speak to every artist that comes in and whether they got a tambourine or a guitar or a keyboard, but this is ambient background noise, not a band.
And are they hooking up to a sound amplification system in any manner?
Yes.
Okay.
Some. I can't even say that all do, but some do, yes.
Okay, thank you. So moving off of that topic, so for the food trucks themselves, so 10, and what would you consider reasonable duration of time to have that list to the health department? Because depending on where they're coming from, there might be different regulations or requirements, especially if they might be coming from out of state. Sooner is always better than later, but historically, this event has been a logistical nightmare for the health department because there has been an incredible lack of communication between and I know that this is not on the two of you because you're both relatively new to managing this event, but a historical lack of communication about the trucks that are coming and the health department knowing who's going to be there and then scrambling at the last minute to go up and try to get licenses or inspections or that kind of thing. So have you worked out with them what the duration is where you can get them kind of a running list of who's coming? Is it going to be the same 10 trucks week over week, or how are you managing the schedule?
So I took over the umbrella bar. This will be my third summer. My first summer, yes, was a little rough coming in. Last year, we had a great working relationship with the health department. This year, same thing. We've been in contact with them, and we have given them access to our working document calendar of which trucks are coming. I'm in constant communication with our trucks. They know what they need. If they do not have it, they cannot be present for the event.
Okay, thank you. I'm good for now.
Anyone on this side? Anything? Any further comments before we go for the motion?
Just to clarify that this motion is not approving any sound level higher than
Correct.
the 55.
Correct.
A motion to adopt a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a temporary use for the Rock and Food Truck Rally for property located at 7005 South Ballpark Drive. Rock Ventures LLC applicant.
Your motion?
I'll make that motion.
We have a first
I'll second.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to number 3, Franklin Field, temporary use. 2024 Milwaukee Milkman baseball season starting on May 10th, and related operations, food and beverage sales, beverage carts, food truck, graduation ceremony, and candy drop upon property located at 7035 South Ballpark Drive, tax key number 744-1003-000. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. When the stadium was approved in 2018, the resolution has a condition that the applicant shall annually submit for permits for staff review and approval at least 90 days prior to the start of each baseball season at the Ballpark Commons Stadium. As mentioned in the previous item, staff is referring the application this year due to noise complaints. So the resolution does not specify which season. So the applicant submitted this application on March 29, and the first game, for example, for the UWA Panthers, according to the schedule, was scheduled for March 28, so one day after the first game of the UWM Panthers. So what staff is recommending that for the next season that the applicant shall submit at least 90 days prior to any baseball season, including the Panthers season. Would like to mention that this is only for the baseball games and the food beverage sales, the one food truck, the beverage tops, the graduation ceremony, and the candy drop. All the fireworks, tacos and tequila, etc., that's subject to separate permits. With regards to the maximum sound level, it is 55 decibel unless the Common Council approved a higher level with a permit. This application was presented to the Common Council this week, and the decision was the 55 decibel levels as measured at the property line. So that's why you have in your seats a revised resolution, revisions in red. So if you go to the condition number 3, the original resolution has 2 options. Now with the decision of the Common Council, so the condition states that is the 55 decibels, with the exception of the candy drop event. According to the Rock Sports Complex sound study, it is difficult that the helicopter event will meet the 55 decibel levels. So it's either deny the candy drop or because it will be difficult to meet that level.
Well, one thing I'd like to, I'll wait till you're done, and I want to comment first on the candy drop.
Okay. With regards to the noise monitoring report by an independent consultant, that was part of the condition of the Plan Development District, that the applicant shall provide a report to the Plan Commission after 1 year from the date of occupancy permit of the new stadium to review the results of the noise monitoring. That has not been completed, so staff is recommending a condition saying that the applicant shall submit this report no later than 90 days after the start of the Milkman baseball season. This condition is not in the resolution, so if there is a motion, that will need to be added into the resolution. With regard to comments from other departments, the comment from the Health Department about the food items, that's included in the resolution. And just to go through one highlights on the recommended condition of approval. The condition number 15 that refers to the outstanding financial obligations, that was removed. City attorney may provide further comments as to why. Okay. And if additional gains are needed for playoff, so the applicant will need to notify the Department of City Development prior to the games. That's all from the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so I'll start, and Ms. Gint and I, we have professional banter, and she is, you know, and I respect their opinions of the neighborhood, and I think we are totally on the same page with the candy drop, and I think that's already been addressed with the routing of the pilot, that it wouldn't be doing circular routes around that neighborhood. They would move the routing to the east and to the south, so it would not have a negative impact on neighbors. I think that was already addressed, so I'm hoping tonight we get a little more clarification on that, but that was a thing that I agree on, because those are loud with Flight for Life and such that have been around for many years. Those are, I mean, it's loud. So that's a great thing. I don't want to take the thunder away from the city attorney if he wants to address number 15. If not, I will gladly and proudly take that thunder.
Well, I could go through the work product documents and find the code provisions, which supposedly others think apply to that, and I could read it word by word, but the words include taxes, special assessments, charges, et cetera, which are all basically statutory type obligations, which do not include amounts of money due under an agreement, and that's why it does not apply. And council, on the other related matter to this particular development, had other council additionally appointed, and two of the council that were working on this, on the other related item, without me speaking to them in any detail about that opinion, which I had already reached, both reached that same opinion.
And that, okay, we'll leave that for now. So I'll open it up for other comments, questions. Alderwoman Day?
Yeah, I'll go first, why not? So I'll start with question for the applicant. Since this is not the first baseball season and not the first time going through these agreements, is there a particular reason why we received this the day after the baseball season started?
I can take that actually. So, and the city staff here can let you know as well that we were talking with city staff and letting them know what was going on, waiting for direction on permitting process, which you guys also discussed in council. So we had the permits ready to go, and we were waiting for direction on how they should be properly filed.
Okay. All right. It's an answer. So I want to also address in the staff packet where they discuss the recommendation of having a sound monitoring report no later than 90 days after the start of the season. I agree with what was said at citizen comment. I don't understand the purpose of having the first review of that basically after the season is over. So I would like to add that when we get to the point where we are making recommendations, to add that as a condition in here, that there's a noise monitoring report. I think within 30 days, if I look at my calendar correctly, that puts us in a week of the week in June where we're having the second council meeting and the second plan commission meeting. So whichever one of those two it's most appropriate to be placed on, that's when I think would be fair to have a review of how this sound process is playing out. So when we get to that point, I would like the consideration to add that in. And then, yeah, if you want to talk about the candy drop and how that is.
I want to add just 2 comments on sound monitoring, if I may. As of the start of this meeting, actually, maybe 5 minutes prior, the information was turned over to Kelly as well as City IT on the public monitoring. So that data will now be publicly available to you. So I don't know if that changes how you feel about a report, but all that reporting will now be publicly available.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Candy drop?
Yeah, so the Candy Drop, for those that aren't familiar, it is a post-game event that goes on where only the people in attendance are able to attend. And what we do is we set up barricades on the field so that the fans, mostly kids, are set up behind them. The helicopter comes in, we drop the candy. Once the helicopter leaves, all the kids are allowed to run out, pick up the candy. As the mayor mentioned before, when we were over on Hawthorne the other day, I told Ms. Gint, who is now, I guess, the representative for Hawthorne, that we can adjust the flight path for the helicopter.
Meaning that it'll just kind of come in, do its thing and go?
We can do, I could call the guy tomorrow and tell him to do basically anything that we need to do.
Okay. I mean, I think it's preferable for, it not just the people who live right there, because I know in years past, it would kind of take, because it had to,
Yeah.
pretty wide swathing circles for, what seemed like a long time. It may not have been more than maybe 10 minutes or so, but it seemed like a long time. So it was impacting a lot more people than the neighbors. So if you can figure out a way logistically to not have them circle, and, kind of come in, do the thing and leave, I think that would be the most beneficial. I know a lot of people look forward to that event, so I don't necessarily want to, say it can't happen. I just want to, make it as, peaceful as possible for the people that live in a wide swath of area around the park.
Understood.
So you don't want to deny the children candy? Is that what you're saying on the record?
I'm just.
Or are you okay with that?
Well, I mean, the nursing side of me
Right,
says,
I was waiting for
but yeah, I yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Engineer?
Kind of like what I said last time, I've never heard anybody complain that people are selling food too loud. So the beverage sales and the food trucks, I guess, don't bother me because the real issue is the actual event, not the fact that you're selling things. Graduation ceremony and candy drops, so it sounds like you solved or mitigated the candy drop, but how would you mitigate graduation ceremony? And I guess maybe you might borrow on what was shared at Common Council as far as making sure that we just any event out there where they're using loudspeakers and music, it doesn't pervade the neighborhoods like previous.
Yeah, so Dan Kinsey, 7044 South Ballpark Drive. We've taken the graduations. There isn't a high school graduation this year, so we don't need.
We're taking that off the list.
That's correct.
Nobody graduates.
Nope.
The probably my biggest concern is in the next couple paragraphs, and she touched on it a little bit, but applicant shall annually at least 90 days prior to each event submit the plans and the permit. This wasn't submitted till the day after, so I can at least tell you the one department head, you have to really work hard to get a citation from my department because you get complaints. We get complaints every day. We work with folks. We know Home Depot later tonight, they figured out how to apply for a permit, since 2008, I think is what they said. So I guess the concern is that you've already talked to staff. So I guess could I have staff affirm or deny that you knew about and were working on it in process, or was it kind of a last minute thing that, oops, it's time baseball season starts and we don't have a permit and call them? Can you describe that process? I think they kind of threw you under the bus. I want to make sure it's true.
Well, yeah, I didn't send a reminder. Hey, I didn't send a reminder to the applicant. Hey, you're approaching 90 days prior to the season. Please submit.
But 90 days prior to, were they in contact with planning staff to indicate that this is what we're planning to do and just how to make the application?
Right, yeah, they contacted the department and actually said, okay, these are the applications that were submitted last year for reference. I didn't remember saying that you need to submit 90 days prior, so apologize for that.
So to be honest, we held permits, working in good faith with the city to make sure we were permitting everything correctly. So,
Well, if that's what happened, I just want verification from staff. So
understood.
I feel better about those two paragraphs, but I would definitely like next year to make sure we see those.
Yeah, I can attest to that. We
Madam
did.
Director, Administration.
We did work with the applicants. We had a meeting, maybe two, was it? Two meetings where we had discussed what the process was, what would be the right process, what, in particular, what permits would be right for which events. And we had gone away from that with a lot more questions than I think we came to the table with. And so they had talked with us. I was not aware of when the Panther season started or anything like that, but yeah, they were in communication with staff and trying to work with us.
Excellent. Alderwoman Day?
But, I mean, to be fair, it's not necessarily the city staff's job to remind you of your deadlines. The season schedules are set well in advance, and I think it's fair to say that businesses, as they're coming up on their event dates, if they haven't heard, would potentially, and probably, I would hope, be reaching out to city staff and be like, hey, my event's coming up, where's my permit in this process? Not sitting back and waiting. So to be fair, it's not necessarily the city staff's job to make sure that they are keeping up with the timelines that are in everybody's specific agreement or timeline of their events.
So we had met to go through, this was after the resolution, and it came to light that we have ordinances that weren't being necessarily followed. And after that, they had reached out to us to talk about, with that in mind, are we doing this process correctly? And how should we be doing this? So we had the meetings. I can't even tell you. I'm looking for the dates. I don't know when we had these meetings. And yeah, I don't know the schedule. I still don't even know the schedule. So to that extent, I can't talk to it. But I can say that we had a couple of meetings where we did talk about, are we following the right process for permits? And what events should be permitted and how.
And then you mentioned food trucks. Only your food truck, the Milkman food truck, or are you going to have other people rotate in again this year?
Our food truck will be in service for mostly every game. There will be on occasion where we will have other food trucks in there, but we have already spoke with Angie and the health department as well, letting them know that if something like this does come up, that we will communicate with them.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else at this point? Comments?
A motion to recommend approval of a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a temporary use for the Franklin Field 2024 baseball season for property located at 7035 South Ballpark Drive, Rock Ventures LLC applicant, and draft dated May 9, 2024.
I will make the motion, but I would like to add an additional condition that there be a noise monitoring report within 30 days of the start of the Milwaukee Milkmen baseball season to be presented to Plan Commission, Common Council. I'm looking to see which is the more appropriate body for that.
I would like to see that go to the council after we have it set up, because if we have difficulties with our IT and things that we may not have control, I don't want to put them in a position that if we're ready to go, we're ready to go, but we're not, I mean,
Should we say
I think
30 days from when?
when it's ready. How about 30 days when because we're ready. We still have, I mean, just
Yeah.
if IT just got it today,
Sure.
I'd like to find out from my IT director what his timeline is, but I think your 30-day request is reasonable, and I think it's obtainable once we are set up.
Yeah, so 30 days from whenever city IT staff can have that system live and on the website.
Yeah, because we're doing a lot of other IT-related projects right now. We have very important dress rehearsals and what have you. Obviously, this is also important. So we are going to be making this a priority, but I can't make any promises in terms of how quickly IT can turn this around and put it out there.
Okay, so 30 days from when it's.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, if you can give him his, there you go.
And any interest in the decibel level motion draft that I said earlier?
My motion would stay at the 55.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Well, Oh, Mr. Haley, discussion.
Few comments, discussion, maybe suggestions. It's about being good neighbors. I understand what's going on out there and that, you've got a business to run and you want it to be as exciting and everything, but remember, you've got neighbors. Our ordinances speak about, unless I'm mistaken, sound levels on adjacent properties. They don't give you a right just because of the PDD or whatever to make as much noise as you want. At some point, it becomes a nuisance to the neighbors across the street. So it's more about the sound levels that are allowed in those residential properties than what you're doing. So I'm just going to admonish you to do what you can to get this right. I don't understand. We've been going at this for years, and I can't get a straight answer about this. Please wait. About the sound system. Every time I hear it's not working, it was turned off for some reason. We can't. How difficult is it? You've got real-time monitoring out there. If somebody's messing with the stuff or it's not being maintained, but we should be able to get this data because everybody's got a different number. And I look, even the staff report, there's all these. All we want to do is fix this problem. I think that's why the neighbors are here, and that's what you need to do. Focus on being a good neighbor. I'll make some suggestions. Fireworks. People accuse me of being unpatriotic. Most enlightened communities in America are now shifting to laser and drone shows, which are really fascinating and well done and orchestrated the music, but doesn't allow all the bang, bang, bang and the flashes that disturb children and wildlife and all of those things. Helicopter candy drops. Why does it got to be a helicopter? Flip them off the top of the bleachers with a catapult. You be creative. Find
Someone's
ways.
going to lose an eye.
What?
No, go ahead.
The children aren't on the field yet. So all I'm suggesting is be creative. Find ways that you can run your business and not irritate the neighbors, because none of us want to have to sit through this. And,
Agreed. See, then we have violence.
and if we can't, then it's going to get down to fighting over decibel limits and when there was an infraction and all of this. So let's move on. Let's be good neighbors.
I'd like to respond to that point if I may. So as
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. So as the mayor spoke of earlier, that we did do a sound check last Saturday, and I have actually spoken with Dana, who is working with the neighbors, and we are do a follow-up now on Saturday during a Milkman baseball game. So the I don't know who has beef with who or what the past is, or I'm 18 to 20 months onto the job, and I'm working to be a good neighbor with them. So that point, I hear you and I agree with you. We will work with them and try to make things better. I'm not the creative mind to come up with catapults and lasers, but
They're out there. It's being done elsewhere. There's a lot of ways to whip up a crowd and make them happy without making noise.
Might
So-
actually save them money.
It is, and clean up. I mean, there's 101 reasons not to do fireworks, but they seem to be embedded in our heritage. So be creative, do what you can, be responsive. We don't want to have to sit here and fight over numbers. And he said, she said, and this is what it is. Better than 2 years ago, I sat here and asked for a summary study, not a $5,000 study. Where are we at with this? Is it really an issue of sometimes the monitors just aren't working, or they're getting knocked over, or somebody's putting a beer cup on them? I'd like to know, because I got to sit here as a citizen volunteer and listen to everybody complaining. You, the neighbors, let's figure this out. Come on.
so the monitors actually have data loggers in there as well when they're turned off and why they are turned off. So I can tell you that someone, I don't know who, it was not a staff member of ours, turned off 2 monitors between the period of March 15th and March 31st. So yes, we do have issues with them. Sometimes it can be power related. They are solar powered. So if you go an extended period without any sunlight, you could have issues where the batteries that are in there do run dry or need to be replaced. So there are things that have to be done to keep the system maintained. But yes, there are also people that are turning them off. So whether that was our staff or something else, I can't tell you. But it is they're publicly accessible. You can walk right up to them. So it is an ongoing thing that we have to monitor them to make sure they're on.
Thank you. And just in closing, before we go to motion, if we are going to be going on this, we have a first and a second. We're just finishing up discussion. I just want to thank you, Mr. Atkins, because you've been very accessible. You've been very responsive. The whole team has been. So it's been I'm now normally not a very trusting person, but you've proven that you've been spot on with everything we've ever asked. I've communicated with you numerous times offline, and you've been extremely responsive, and you're very tech savvy, and you lose me in the weeds, but that's okay. But thank you. So we've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Haley?
Well, one further comment. We've all got software applications on our phones, on our laptops that can remind us when applications are due, when to change batteries. Be smart about it, okay? You shouldn't be missing deadlines because the city could rightfully just say, no, sorry, you missed a deadline, okay?
Okay.
And the battery's dying on the monitors, well, then you get out there and replace them every 30 days if that requires it. Thank you.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you very much. Going into E. Edward number 4, Home Depot, temporary use application by Home Depot USA, Inc. for outdoor seasonal trees, shrubs, and landscape bag goods sales for property located at 6489 South 27th Street. Tax key number 714-9996-015. Is the applicant here? Okay,
I don't think so.
that's fine. Regular?
Yeah, this is the garden center or seasonal sales for Home Depot. This temporary use has been approved since 2008. There are basically no changes to the previous approval. Just want to say that the applicant received 2 limited approvals from city development staff to allow for the operation while awaiting for the plan commission review and approval, basically for the dates that are in the report from April 15th until today. And city development staff recommends approval of this application.
Discussion. Mr. Haley?
Excuse me. Just a subtle, remind them that they could be putting this on their electronic calendar too.
True.
Their motion?
Yes. A motion to adopt a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a temporary use for outdoor seasonal tree and shrub sales for property located at 6489 South 27th Street, Home Depot, USA applicant.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
We have first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Number 5, my favorite. Boomtown Certified Survey Map CSM requests to create 4 residential lots upon property located at 11607 West Ryan Road, tax key number 891-9989-005. Good evening and welcome, Danny. If you please state your name and business address for the record. And I'm hoping that's working. Maybe just pull it close to you.
Sure. Dan Shop, Bear Development, 4011 80th Street, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Thank you, and good evening, and thanks for being patient, because this has been a long time I've been waiting for this. So this is excellent. Mr. Martinez?
Correct, yeah. This certified survey map, the staff report and materials were prepared for a previous meeting in March. The applicant requested to table these items in multiple occasions, and is finally scheduled for tonight's meeting. I will go to the highlights on the report. So this is the general location of the site, Ryan Road, close to the intersection with Loomis Road. Basically, the applicant is proposing to divide the parent parcel into 4 lots. The property is zoned R3 that allows for single-family residential, and all 4 lots will need to be served by public sewer and water as required by the Unified Development Ordinance. The applicant also submitted the site intensity and capacity calculations to determine the maximum yield of the site. And these, the proposed 4 lots are in compliance with that requirement. City Development staff reviewed the application materials. The applicant addressed some of the comments. However, there are still some comments that staff is recommending as a condition of approval, okay? But they are not part of the resolution. So if the Plan Commission move, you will need to add these two conditions to the resolution. So one is with regard to the landscape plan, according to the Unified Development Ordinance, if a CSN is facing an arterial road, such as Loomis Road here, the applicant will need to provide a landscape plan for the 30-foot wide landscape buffer area. So that's what the staff is recommending, that the applicant submit the landscape plan. With the exception of the areas that are subject to utility, like this We Energies easement area here, and the conservation easement area that is proposed, that is basically this area here and here. Okay. The other comment is with regard to the pedestrian facilities or trail. That's the additional information that you see in front of your packet before the report. That information was added. So that's documentation for the Ryan Creek Trail Master Plan that was previously approved by the city. Let me go to that. Okay. Okay. So you can see this is the comprehensive plan. It has, subject site will be approximately here. Comprehensive plan recommend on-street pedestrian facilities on this area of Ryan Road. This is the kind of the specifications provided by the master plan that was previously approved, 10-foot wide paved trail as depicted here in these renderings. This is the general layout of the trail, and the subject site is located right here. Okay, and with regards to previous applications that has been approved in this area, so we have the subject site here, the Cape Crossing subdivision that we review for the clubhouse and the swimming pool, pedestrian facilities were required along the north side of Ryan Road that you saw in the plan for that subdivision. That was also a requirement for the Woodfield Trail, same applicant, on the south side of Ryan Road. For this CSN, that requirement was missed, but this CSN was before the Ryan Creek Trail Master Plan. And for this side, staff is recommending that the applicant provide, I will read the resolution. The applicant must submit a subdivider agreement for the required improvements, including but not limited to pedestrian facilities along Ryan Road for engineering department review and approval prior to the recording of this certified survey map. A pedestrian path easement may also be required by the engineering department. Okay. That's with regards to the pedestrian facilities. With natural resource protection, so you can see in the submittal documentation, there is a wetland that was that is not subject to state and federal regulations, so the local protection standards don't apply. That's wetland number 1. Here. Oh, this wetland here. So it's not subject to the protection standard. The applicant is proposing some impact to the existing mature woodlands. The impact is 30%, and that impact is allowed by the natural resource protection standards. So the city development staff recommends approval of this certified survey map. And as I mentioned again, the two conditions that I referred, landscape plan and pedestrian facilities, are not in the resolution, so it will need to be included in the motion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I guess I'll start. So I know there was and this is for the representative to answer. I know there was questions and concerns. And first of all, number one, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you, because this has been a long time coming. This has been a request back from when I was an alderman. I mean, halfway through my first term, or beginning of my second term was the request for the single-family development to be put there. I know the neighbors very, very supportive of a single-family development in that area. And I know it had been different proposals through the years. Thank you for looking at this and posing this. And I know one of the big hangups was the trail and the bid, and where are we at with that?
So first, I'd like to say I like the resolution the way it's written, as it's shown in the report. The trail, I mean, when the initial planning report came out, and I guess it's just a question for the city, that exhibit still shows up in the reports, the old plan that shows an on-street trail. That's what we initially bargained for. And then in the second revision of the staff report, the Ryan Creek Trail plan gets introduced. So this came as a shock to us because it's 800 feet of a trail. And we're willing, we understand and acknowledge the Ryan Road Trail. So I think everyone wants that here at the city. But just from our perspective, it came as a surprise. So we are going out for bid for the trail. I don't have those numbers yet, but it's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of $60,000 for that stretch. I guess the one issue I have here, though, is the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation, if it's included, is really the last sentence is really problematic. It says a pedestrian easement may be required by the engineering department. I mean, we're trying to divide this land and sell it to home builders. And with that question out there, the CSM, I mean, we can't do anything. We can't sell this property. We can't build homes on there because we don't know where the easement is going to be, how it's going to be built, where it's going to be built, how it's going to be designed. And then further, it's unclear how the alignment of the trail down Ryan Road. So that's the one concern here, is that if that last sentence remains as a condition, we're in limbo.
We don't like limbo. Mr. Haley and then Mr. Morrow.
Good point. I have the same questions. As everybody knows, I'm extremely supportive of trails. I've spent, better than 40 years building, designing, laying them out. I don't know what we're asking you to do here. One, my understanding that this plan in this form was not approved by the council. It was approved with additional modifications to be made for it. I'm not seeing them reflected in here. We won't go into that. I'm very familiar to say, I wanted to say, thank you. This is great infill project. Just as the mayor said, you've captured all those lots on the south side of Ryan, and I think they're going to be a good thing for Franklin and difficult sites to deal with. And when you're doing your landscape plan, remember that you're limited about planting height under the high tension lines.
Oh, I'm aware.
Okay. That said and done, I don't know where the trail goes to. Maybe the city engineer can elude. No, that's across Loomis Road. We're on the west side of Loomis Road. Trails are all about connectivity. And the way I look at it is there is no place to put a trail on your property here. There's a 45-foot half right-of-way there. My understanding is that's where the return water pipe from Waukesha County runs. And I don't know where you would put this trail because, as I think you pointed out in your letter, there's no required trail connectivity to the west. So we're asking for it on this parcel. There's a residential property in there with no trail accommodations and extremely dense canopy of large mature trees, which doesn't want to see a trail underneath it. As you point out, CSM 9050 does not require it. And then there's requirements over by Whitfield Trail. So I'm not sure what the city is trying to accomplish by this. Ultimately, yes, we want to get across Loomis Road. I think the concept of putting it within the right-of-way on road is the only one that's going to work. You still have to accommodate some sort of easement or permission from the DOT because it's a triangular parcel to your east in order to make it go. I'm just not seeing how physically this trail can work on your property. Where it wants to be is in the street right of way. It's 33 feet, I believe, on the north half of the street and 45 to the south. Plenty of room there. It could easily be a shoulder lane. And that way it would allow that trail to be continued to the west. Because what we're trying to do is get to the 116th Street Trail to the west, which accommodations have all been made there. I'm not quite sure what's happening on the triangular piece, but there's no sense in building a segment of trail if it doesn't connect to something. So putting it within your parcel doesn't help. I mean, at best, you'd have to come in, you'd have to jog up and out to the street right of way. Oh, by the way, in the street right of way is that large ventilator for the sewer that's out there. So with my eye, I go out there and I look and I go, I don't know where else you would put a trail. It needs to be in the right of way outside the property. And that allows for it to be extended across the properties to the west in the future and out to Loomis Road where there's traffic signals, and working with DOT, they would gladly accommodate that. So I understand your concern about a $60,000 investment that's now would encroach on your buildable areas, building setbacks. So we've got, all the residents are now losing 15, 20 feet of front yard that they can't use. And I don't even want to think about what that does to green space ratios. So from my perspective, I don't think we want an off-road trail in this segment. Put it on the south, find a way to connect it to the other trails that are coming through, and you got a winner here. I think you could invest your $60,000 better. Now, if maybe what the city needs is a temporary grading easement along the front part to make it work with the street right-of-ways, that might be what that language about an easement is. But I understand your concern. I wouldn't want to grant an easement that I didn't know specifically what it was for and where it was going. And would certainly, having bought the land and hoping to make an investment on it, wouldn't want something there that nobody's going to use or want. So, enough of the lecture. I would opt that we remove that and maybe replace it with some comment that if the on-street trail needs a temporary grading easement or whatever, that you would grant said easement. But I would be reluctant to have an easement put on my property unless I knew exactly where it's going and what it's for, because it's a permanent encumbrance on the land. I understand where you're coming from. And there's 4 neighbors this is gonna be a problem for the rest of their lives. Okay, there's an easement, I don't know what's going on, and where's the trail there? I got a trail in my front yard that doesn't connect to anything. And then I guess I'll just add one question. What's the thought on the existing barn structure that's there? Is that coming down?
The barn is going to stay until, I guess we don't have plans for that odd-shaped lot right now. I mean, the 3 are pretty simple, right? They're just typical single family. We're not quite sure about the house and barn. I would imagine, I mean, at some point that barn's going to have to be removed because it's hanging into the right of way.
That's where I was going.
That's
It already
lot 4?
encroaches in the right of way.
Yeah, lot 4.
And again, if we were building trail on road within the right of way, then it wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't be pressing that needs to come down now. But if you were to build a trail next fall, you'd have to take the building on.
I'd imagine before we would transfer lots 1 through 3, we would demo the house and the barn.
That's fine. I mean, I expected it. I think you, like I said, I think you got a nice little project here.
Thank you.
And I would like you to work with the city to accomplish our trail needs, but I don't think a 10-foot with 3 feet on either side swath cut through the front of these parcels is going to particularly make them marketable.
Thank you. Mr. Morrow.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard residents on Ryan Road talk about how dangerous it is to walk up and down Ryan Road. The traffic from Muskego comes flying through there. We've talked ad nauseum how to make any ways to slow them down and so forth. We've had that through all the discussions that we have. When you add a trail to a road, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing, but it's not what this trail is suspected to be. It's intended to hit that curve you see there. That's not Loomis. That's the 116th trail going to come through. The previous parcels that did not require a trail or a pathway or a sidewalk or anything of the sort, that predates, I believe, the master plan that talked about the best way to cross Loomis Road. So the idea is we want to connect to the trail so people can get on 116th Trail or to or from it there, I should say. The signal at Ryan and Loomis was the best way for pedestrians to cross it. And without checking with staff, I would suspect and speculate possibly need a easement, something. We had a conversation and we were trying to provide as much flexibility as possible. I think we even talked about it's a common council decision, but we also have park impact fees that could possibly help pay for that 60,000. 60,000 over 4 lots, that's 15,000 per house. I would hope that these houses are going to be really nice houses where 15's almost a drop in the bucket. I would hope that they're really nice houses. Otherwise, if we don't put a trail here, we got to start talking about, well, maybe we want one on the other side of the street. And I can't imagine going to the existing residents out there and say, we want to put a sidewalk or pathway in your front yard. It's much easier to put it before people build houses. People don't want a pathway or a trail when they're already there, but once they're there, it does attract people and makes the homes worth more. That's a national standard.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any issue necessarily with the trail itself and how it's funded. My understanding was it's going to be in the right of way.
Do we have enough room in the right of way? If not, maybe we need to widen it just a little bit to make room for it. But I do think that we need a separation between the trail and the roadway. Otherwise, it just seems like that much bigger of a runway for people to go zooming down. I'm okay if we don't have 3 foot on the backside between the backside of the trail and the property line. We can make that a foot like we do for every sidewalk. But I would like to, I do think there needs to be some kind of a green space between the trail and the path and the roadway. Otherwise, it just seems like a airplane runway, and people are going to, you think they're going fast now, it's going to really, it's going to look and feel like a road.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ditch section. I mean, West Ryan is pretty complicated in my perspective, in my opinion, to improve because of the ditch sections. If there's enough room to have this trail on the backside of the ditch, I guess we're fine with it, like, as we've discussed in the past. The only problem is just having this question of if an easement is needed or where it's going to go or how wide it's going to be, just puts us in limbo.
I'm speculating that language is probably put in there to give you as much flexibility as possible. We're willing to work with you, try to figure this thing out. If you need to add an easement to put the pathway in the back, whatever, but if you can give us the pathway and install it, then we don't need an easement. I don't think anybody's talking about running an easement between your lots, are they?
No, it's just that my understanding from our conversations in the past was the trail, and we went through a lot of different ideas of how this trail was going to look like, but it landed on I assume that this was a fully approved trail.
I believe it did go, we went through the Parks Commission with a recommendation to Common Council, and Common Council voted to approve it. It's my recollection. I wrote the council action. I don't know exactly how it wound up, but it did go to Common Council.
I don't think it did. I would remember that because it's a big debatable
And
topic.
the direction was to go back and fix
Mr.
the
Haley.
plan and remove, put an alternate redundant path and clean it up and then bring it to the council.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. So,
I check.
Mr. Martinez,
Yeah.
before then Alderwoman Day.
Yeah, I check. It was Common Council meeting, June 21st, 2022.
Got approved?
Yeah, I checked the minutes. That
You still have the floor, and then Alderwoman Day.
yeah, I look at the minutes. If my memory don't fail, it was approved. Yeah, because I wrote it in the memorandum.
And then there could be something after this. This is the most recent one that I could find, but granted, there could be another one. So I have it for adopting Resolution 2022-7874, a resolution to adopt the Ryan Creek Pedestrian Bicycle Trail Plan and Concept, and direct staff to include the full trail pedestrian trail connectivity map with the second trail deleted as provided at the 6/21/22 Common Council meeting into the plan, and that no portion of this document shall give negotiation privileges under the process of commencing projects, and to return to the Common Council prior to funding allocations within the budget of any projects. So that's the last one that I have.
That was,
But like I said, there could be something after that, but that's the last one I could find when I was just keyword searching.
my recollection was there was an alder person that didn't, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. And when, if you're gonna yield right now, Alderwoman?
yeah, that-
Then we'll go to Mr. City Engineer, then back to Mr. Haley.
My recollection, that comment was purely devoted to the fact that they didn't want us to basically say, well, let's go build a trail somewhere else in that, as part of that project. Adopting that was, and if you, depends on how you read that, I think the intent was that we would not use that document as proof to go out and bid it and build a trail.
Mr. Haley?
Valid point's really not worth, what we need to determine now is if and where we want a trail. And I agree that there should be a trail out in front of this development. Where becomes the question. If you stand there on the street and you look at it, we went through this whole discussion with Cape Crossing and what was going to safety it all up. I mean, I made comments about the speeds on Ryan Road and how are we going to get connectivity. Well, we just saw it up on the map. Cape Crossing's putting a walk off-road all the way across the length of their project. Okay? Then there's an opportunity to jump across the street. We still haven't resolved the issue of continuing beyond the county line through Muskego. But the point is, we've got an opportunity with an applicant that's willing to work with us. Where does the trail want to be? And I would argue, from my years of experience, that in this case, with a 45-foot right-of-way from center line and 33 feet on the other side, there's plenty of room to put in a curb lane there and make it safe and separated. And the advantage to that is, it being city street right-of-way, we control it, and we can extend it to the west in front of those properties that otherwise will never have to surrender to allowing the trail there. We can't make them after the fact. And they're chock full of trees. Just big, beautiful, huge, 100-meter-plus trees. So it's the last place you want to put the trail. The where you want to put it is on the side of the road, off. There's safety standards. We can meet all of those. It's not a problem. Sounds like, you know, they're willing to pay for the upcharge on it all, but it
Did you
should
hear
be
that,
there.
Dan?
It should be there.
I did hear
You
that.
kind of drifted off for a minute, as I did. I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, all we
It's a
want,
lot cheaper on road.
all we
It's
want
a
to
matter
do
of paint.
so if you yield, I want to add, I have a question to that.
Okay, and I will yield. What we need to finalize is where it is. This trail is not complete. It doesn't show all the connections that should be there. I've asked for it before. Let's just figure out where it goes before we require them to build it.
I agree. Now, I've got a comment. So now I live on North Cape Road, and when that went from County Highway J, fixed, rebuilt, redone, over to now just South North Cape Road, that instead of, because all the neighbors we're all against sidewalks. We don't want sidewalks. We don't want city streets. We want to be left alone, far west side of Franklin. And the solution was that extended road, the extended shoulder paved, then a 1 foot, what was it, is it 2 feet or 3 feet that's extended on the roadway, and then there's a 1 foot shoulder, which is gravel. And that's where people walk, both sides, up and down, and that was just, and that way it's cleared in this wintertime with the plow. And, you know, I would argue that, well, okay, we can say the what if, they're gonna speed, well, that's what we have a PD for enforcement. Enforcement changes behavior, and we don't have to go down that pathway. But as far as this project goes, and we're finally here, and we can't lose this whole thing over this trail thing. Plus you've got, you know, if you've got that whole noisy thing across from the poplars, and, you know, are we gonna be, I don't wanna take down a bunch of trees, I don't wanna be running into this smell monitor thing, loud thing. We have to have something here. We have the developer here. We need to come to a conclusion tonight that makes sense. Regulo.
No, I just want to comment that this location is in the comprehensive plan, has the big picture for the whole city, and also in this master plan that was prepared for the southwest area of the city. The city hired an engineering firm to do all the analysis, have the layout, the specifications for the trail. So I do not support kind of deviation for the adopted plans that were prepared for a larger area for kind of a spot change.
Alderwoman Day, then Mr. Morrow.
Thank you. So obviously I wasn't here when this was discussed previously, so my questions are now this point moving forward. So And to the developer's point, when they were talking about what this might do to potential individuals wanting to purchase the property. So I know that a lot of people, when they look at properties in this part of town, they're thinking of kind of a traffic speed aside, a slower pace of life. It's a little bit more rural out there. And I think that putting call it a trail, call it a sidewalk, call it a whatever in their yard, there's plenty of people who don't want that. And to me, I wonder if that is also a deterrent. I understand that it's easier to put it in now before the homes are there, because we're going to deal with a whole heap ton of problems on Putes, I'm sure, coming up, because all those homes are existing, and where do you stick a trail or a sidewalk if you put it in? But I understand that it's easier beforehand, but I'm not sure that there's a whole lot of people that want a giant 10-foot paved something in their yard. Because even though it might be the easement or whatnot, or part of the right-of-way, it's still right in front of them, and they're going to want to know who's going to maintain it, what's going to be using it. When it's 10 feet wide, it makes me a little bit nervous about, how many people are going to try to drive on it with other things that aren't bikes or rollerblades or whatever people use at this point. So I guess my question is it really going to impact home sales? It's just this tiny little swath that covers there. I don't know that it's the best plan to put it right there. I don't know that people are going to want to buy houses with a giant 10-foot paved runway in their yard. And then is it going to be up to them to maintain it, or is it the city? And if it's the city, do we have the staff to go out there and maintain
It's a city.
this?
We don't. Go back to Mr. Moore. Will you up next, or Mr. Martinez? Mr. Morrow, you want?
So last comment. I mean, you can go right across the line. Muskego has 10-foot trails all over Muskego. Those are 10-foot. They don't look as bad as it sounds. Don't ask me why, but a black asphalt does not look like a big, white concrete does look worse. Black asphalt, people don't even realize it's 10 feet till you go out there and put tape on it. It's that bad, or not that bad. I do say that, if there's a big tree or something like the odor issue out there, you need to get around. It's okay to touch the edge of the road occasionally. If it wanders a little bit, that's fine. But every foot someone can get off the road, it's just going to be that much safer. I mean, I can't tell you all the people out there that talked about the speeding coming from Muskego. It just makes it much safer. So it's immensely easier as someone who's talking about trying to put trails in on Putes and Highway 100 and all the other places we're talking about. It's much easier for the developer to do it before the homes are built. Statistics show people will make the home more advantageous to be there. But it's putting them in after the fact is where you get all the opposition. And it's just 1,000 times worse, and it's a budget issue for the city trying to build them later on. If we call it a trail as opposed to a sidewalk, we have DPW that will maintain it. We always tell people it's last on our list. If we don't get to it, we don't get to it before the next snowfall, but it's one of those things. If it's a sidewalk, if we make it a regular sidewalk, then yes, it's the homeowner's responsibility. That's where here in Wisconsin, we get the biggest pushback because there's that state statute about how the owner has to get it cleared off within so many hours. But if it's a pathway, it's the city's responsibility. We get to it when we get to it. If we don't get to it, it doesn't get done. But so that's, I mean, I can talk to them blue in the face. I'm supportive of it, but I get it. So.
Mr. Shago, then Mr. Haley.
This is my neighborhood, so relates to me very much. I guess my first question is, where's the connectivity? Where's the trail coming from to connect there, and where is it going to afterwards? Has that been approved by the Parks Commission, or what's their input on all this? And it looks like, you talk about costs, are we going to be carving this along the Root River and going to the east? And where is it coming from the north? Is the bike trail along Cape Crossing, is that to connect?
Sports complex.
So it's going to the sports complex right here, but is it going through here to get to there? I guess that's my question. Are we talking about a multi-million-dollar bike trail through this portion of Franklin? I don't think it should be on that property. Absolutely not. I lived on Cascade Drive. We had a trail behind our house, and I didn't want a trail behind my house then. it's a pain in the, you know what? But I guess my big picture question is, where's this trail coming from and where is it going to? I know the sports complex, but how is it getting there?
I think the plans aren't, and I'll yield to the city engineer or city planner, that is there even a finality to this? I think there's speculation, there's planning, and I agree. This is going to be a grandiose, expensive, long-time plan that I don't think has a date, and I don't want to jeopardize this.
Yeah.
I don't want to jeopardize this project.
No.
I think we should move forward with widening of the road, gives what is a 4 or 5 foot section on the side, and we put this to bed.
I totally agree.
Mr. Engineer. You have something?
Wasn't asking, just, again, it's going to become an airport runway for folks to drive.
Just, I didn't work.
Mr. Haley, then Mr. Martinez.
Again, the plan is everything. That's why we do them. They're supposed to be there. They're supposed to be on records. They're supposed to be current and updated in order to apply for state and federal grants. That's why they're there. My argument would be is that ours has gaping holes in it. This map right here was provided to us by the applicant, if I'm not mistaken. It clearly shows 116th and Ryan on road. That's what they looked at when they bought the land. That's what they think. Here, this map doesn't say on-road or off-road. It just shows the routing of where the plan would like to be. So I don't want to sit here and belabor this, but we should figure out where it wants to be, put it in the right spot, and be done with it. Concern I would have, and I would assume that the city would, if we put a trail on their property and the expectation is that the city's going to plow it and maintain it, you got some liability issues there. So I'm done. Everybody wants a trail near their yard. They don't want it in their front yard.
I will still go back. Oh, Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
I didn't work on the master plan for the trail, but I invited Marion that work on the preparation of the plan.
I heard a question about how the Ryan Creek Trail Master Plan was created, and so that process started in the Parks Commission, and they had direct input on it, but it was based on previous planning work through the Comprehensive Master Plan and the Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, which both show this trail without necessarily indicating exactly which parcels it was on in some of those drawings, but at the master planning step, there was a determination about what parts of it would have to be on street or not on street versus, I don't want to get into that, but like generally that this is the location of the trail where it will connect to 116th Street. In terms of connectivity, the 116th Street trail will hopefully in the future connect to Muskego trails. There are trails adjacent to Ryan Road in Muskego as well. And so just in terms of where that plan stands, the master plan was adopted by Common Council with some minor changes that were, required as part of the final product. The capital plan for it has not been produced yet, so we haven't allocated funding to it. And before we go out to bid and do engineering on that, we have to allocate funds to do that. So in terms of what's being asked for, I think what's really being asked for is maximum flexibility in terms of a reasonable design. So I understand the burden that places on the applicant, but given the constraints with the road, and the fact that we have not actually allocated funding to this yet, I would hesitate to give up this opportunity to make sure that we have a chance to design the trail well. So if there are other questions about how the trail design process worked, I mean, again, each individual segment will have to be designed with full engineering. It does go along the Ryan Creek Trail corridor. Through environmental corridors, there will be a lot of design work to be done there. But that is a future funding question. The city engineering department brought up impact fees for this. Because it is a trail, it will be potentially eligible for that. But those are fees that we assess on new development to pay for these types of amenities. And so, I mean, that is based on the comprehensive master plan and the comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. So I hear the concern about funding as well, but there was a significant planning effort that went into this that included a lot of stakeholder input.
How far back, Marion? When was that talked about?
So-
Go then, Commissioner Speck.
So the comprehensive master plan was adopted in 2009, and the comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, the most recent version of that, was adopted in 2015. The Ryan Creek master plan, the trail plan that you see in the packet materials, that was worked on, and what was the date of the adoption? It was recently, 2022. So that work, again, it was based on a series of previous policy work, but the actual master plan is very recent.
Commissioner Speck?
I apologize, I'm not as familiar with all of this. It sounds like we have a willing developer to work with us. We want to maintain flexibility. We don't have a defined location of where all this goes yet. Can we sit down and just take a look at where the edge of the ditch is on that side of the road and put in some realistic expectations of what we're willing to go down to and just ask for a defined easement as this time and not make the developer put in a path to nowhere at this time?
Sir?
I would just be very hesitant to put an easement on our property, onto our property. That's going to cloud our title. As we try to sell these lots, there's going to be this question that's going to continue if where the trail is going to be. And so, you know, what I've heard today, like we're here to cooperate. We always are. But when I hear, when we hear things about future funding, about the design and the building of the trail, and we call it future funding, but then this says you're paying for it now, not in the future, now. And so I think it's a little unfair.
I'd like to get some clarification on what I'm trying to imply here. I'm not saying to put 20 foot wide. I'm thinking we could probably bring it down to just something like 5 feet along the front of it. So we have enough space to get in the minimum requirement, as Glenn has mentioned earlier, with maybe, you know, a foot off of the property line and then a reasonable safe distance off the back of the ditch section. That way it minimizes the impact on your property, and not that we're defining something that's going to take up a significant portion of the front of your potential development locations, but still allows for some flexibility to get that off of the road. Because I do understand Glenn's concerns. I drive up and down Buttes every day, and I can't even tell you how many times I've driven through there and all of a sudden there's a kid on the side of the road and you don't even know it because they're dressed all in black. There's got to be some way that we can minimize the impact on your properties and not ask you to put in extra money.
I mean, if there could be just some kind of definition of whether or not this trail fits in the existing right-of-way. Because if it doesn't fit in the existing right-of-way, we've got an easement that may or may not be used across 700 feet of our property. That's going to be a big concern when people look at this, you know, if the trail plan is approved, people can go and do their due diligence to see that a trail's planned, right? I'm not responsible for that. But when we go and sell these lots, that's a disclosure. That's right on the survey and on the title that you have an easement for a trail that may come into property that you just bought. If you can tell me that the trail is going to be in the right-of-way, not a problem. It's in the public right-of-way.
Mr. Morrow?
So I'm not going to reiterate something I've already said, but the question, so what are you bidding out if you know that this is going to cost $60,000? I guess I'd like to sit down. I'm willing to
assuming
talk
that-
about.
I'm assuming that it's in the right-of-way and I'm bidding out 10 feet of excavation with the spec that was provided in the,
So you'll know, so you should know whether you need an easement or not.
well, I'm designing the city's trail.
Well, it's just like you design sidewalks if it were your development in a subdivision. Yeah, it's, so.
What's your proposal, sir? What would make
Well,
this?
First of all, I mean, before we were confused because there was the old plan that was in the first report.
Right.
Then we met and we talked about it and said, yeah, we're going to cooperate. Then a couple days later, there's a new plan that shows that it was approved, that shows a 10-foot trail. I don't know which plan's approved. I don't know what I'm obligated to do. We've already said that we contribute with the payment of the actual trail, but I don't even know I don't think anyone knows what we're designing or building and where. And in the meantime, we're trying to move along on this project. So I mean, like, we've always been willing to cooperate, but just what are we cooperating with?
Well, I'll turn this over to.
I just don't want an
Second.
easement on the property.
Well, and I don't want to lose this deal. I want to get this thing squared away, and I don't want to plan for something that could be 10, 15, 20 years down the road and future funding and all this other pie-in-the-sky stuff, because we have an opportunity now to lock down something phenomenally great for the area. And now we're going to get derailed. We can't get derailed. We have to keep in perspective and move forward. And what right now would you be happy with if we could get this done tonight, as far as to bring to
Well,
to this?
I mean, first of all, there's recognition that there's a plan for a trail down West Ryan
Correct.
Road. So we know that, we acknowledge it, we accept it. It's probably not great for what we're trying to do out there, but it's there. If we could just say, approve the CSM as written, developer enters into a development agreement for public improvements that may include a trail, and we're eligible for park impact fees, and the trail is within the existing right-of-way of Ryan Road, that's all I could ask for.
So within the existing right-of-way. Mr. Martinez, what's your thoughts on that?
Just a question for Mr. Schaap. So basically, what you're saying is to strike through the last sentence in the recommendation.
We don't want to be required to record an easement on our property.
Right, correct.
And then, you know, what also would be reasonable if there was a timeline for this trail, because we're going to enter into this developers agreement, and much appreciated that park impact fees are helping to offset the cost. Is that?
Mr. Morrow.
Is that confirmed?
So I would support that, but nobody on this, well, I guess you could, because you're common council, but common council would have to make that decision, just to be clear.
Okay.
So
Well, I'm going to trust that, since we've talked about it, that it's something that would be.
I would be supportive of it. I guess as Kurt should be supportive of it. I would.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, then Mr. Haley.
I know nothing about what's mapped here for the trail, but I keep hearing there's a trail along West Ryan Road. I'm assuming that's on the south side of the street. Is that correct?
Parts of it.
Well,
In this area.
Okay, so these properties are on the south side of West Ryan Road. If you're going to connect to that trail, why wouldn't you just have it all run along the right-of-way? And the concern that it's so dangerous, how many yards it's already located on West Ryan Road?
well, there's no trail there.
50 times
So-
what's gonna go in front of these properties?
Mr. Morrow?
So to answer that question, there is
Sorry.
a trail we put on Woodfield Trail along the road. Granted, it's not a lot, it's on the south side. The 116th Trail is crossing right there, and then Cape Crossing is where it would be on the north side. Granted, CSM 9050 predates this plan, that's why that wasn't included. The subject site, again, we can get nearly half the Ryan Road with the trail. So when it does come time for the city to finish the trail, I only have to deal with 3 properties as opposed to 7 properties. And it's obviously a lot cheaper to the city. I would rather see it happen now. We can reshape the ditch. You know, I think we talked on the phone with the mayor once upon a time. I'm willing to work with you. Just bring it in and talk about how we can design this thing. If I need to go down to 8 foot, you might talk me down to an 8-foot trail. But I think it needs to be something that bicycles can get off of Ryan Road. Ryan Road's just I'm doing everything I can to make Ryan Road safer. I know residents may not believe that, but this is something I'm really trying to fight for the residents on. So, but again, you got I don't want to keep rehashing stuff, so I'm going to shut up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't hear an answer to my question.
You asked what was on the south side,
Right,
Woodfield
and
Trail.
why wouldn't it just be on the south side of these lots? I heard all
south side
this
of Ryan.
detail stuff.
South side of Ryan,
It's on the
Right.
south side of Ryan, yes. That's not in debate.
north side of these lots.
To the green.
Okay, you have a pointer.
Hold on. Mr. Haley's next.
So I'm just going to try to answer the question.
Thank you.
These lots are what we're talking about tonight.
I know. Where is the existing, It's already planned to be on the Ryan Road.
So the plan itself doesn't specify which side. It just says this is the corridor. And I can say we've already started here, and we've got 3 properties here if if the city wanted to finish it up. Otherwise, if we decide we want the trail on the north side, I've got, I think, 8 or 9 properties on the north side that we'd have to go through. And that would, obviously, I can't imagine, again, once people have homes there, they don't want the trail. It's,
But where's the existing trail on the south side of Ryan Road? Starts right there and goes
Right
all
here.
the way.
Not
to
all the
100.
way. It's
It
got
starts
3
here.
It has gaps.
It hits the 116th Street Trail that's in the process. And then it jumps the north side because Cape Crossing's being developed over here.
Okay, and that's already there.
This is there.
Okay,
We have the 116th Trail
so all
here.
you need is to hook up to the east
just need to-
side and
need
go
to-
to what,
We need to
116th
hook,
Street?
if this developer were to build over here, we just need to, the future go from here to here, and that would finish up the connection.
So it's only in front of 2 lots and that's it.
Well,
It doesn't connect
3
right
lots, I
now.
believe. I believe these are 2 lots. Is that correct?
That's 3 lots CSM, the orange area.
Oh, this is 3 lots? Okay, so then
Yeah,
there's
there's
4.
another.
Yeah. So it'd be 4 total.
Okay, and then whenever it's gonna be done, it would end right there. Why wouldn't you
Loomis.
do it just there?
Well, so if we don't do this, and in the future, when the city continues on, now we got to run across all these lots.
Now you're going all the way to Loomis when you just stopped it before on the left-hand side
The
of that
goal
red.
is to get to Loomis.
The goal is to
We
get to
want to get
Loomis to
to
continue
Loomis.
east.
Okay, so it's the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
Loomis has
All
a
right.
signal.
But it's
so
got
that's-
gaps now.
That's the safest place. Just like the discussion tonight with the place on College, I really think that every foot you can get people off of a dangerous road. Granted, it doesn't go all the way down College, which is preferred, but you're getting development happen. That's why I added it to the recommendation that in front of that development, we need sidewalks. So when the city does decide to add a sidewalk, we just have to fill in the gaps, not go from end to end.
All right, Mr. Haley.
Okay. 2 things.
Bring it
Keep
home.
quick
Bring it
and
home.
We'll be all done. M9050 and the lot to the right, you've got no way to force them to put a trail in their front yard, period. No eminent domain, you can't put the trail there unless they say it's okay.
Correct.
If they allow you to put the trail there, now the city's gonna have to deal with all the natural resource special exceptions because that's a mature woodland. Okay, so, done with that one. I believe this conversation started with the applicant saying he likes the resolution the way it's written. That's my suggestion. Submit it, don't add the staff comments in. This goes to the council in 2 weeks. We can have a meeting on site. We can all stand there and look and go, maybe here, and hopefully by that time, the council can do something about it. They can add this restriction in there. You don't need it now.
Okay, any further discussion before we go to motion? Go to motion, please.
A motion to recommend approval of a resolution conditionally approving a 4-lot certified survey map being part of parcel 2 of certified survey map number 3104 and that part of vacated south 116th Street in the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of section 30, township 5 north, range 21 east, city of Franklin, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, S.R. Mills, Boontown LLC, property owner, 11607 West Ryan Road, as presented.
As presented, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Mr. Martinez.
Commissioner Aspect,
Yes.
Commissioner Shogo,
Yes.
Commissioner Haley,
Yes.
City Engineer Morrow,
No.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
4 ayes, 1 no, motion carries. Thank you. One absent, thank you, City Attorney, you're here. And 1 absent, you got that, excellent, say it for 9th time. Number 6, Fox Glen, temporary use. Temporary use for stockpiling of dirt for up to 5-year duration during remediation of natural resource ordinance violations and development upon property located at 11027 South 27th Street. Text key number 978-9998-000 and 0 West South County Line Road. Text key number 99978-9999-001. Marion, thank you for your patience, and gets long.
I read the whole
Working on that.
draft floodplain ordinance and finished it, so
Yeah, I wasn't.
Well done.
thanks for that extra time. And thank you, Mayor. So this item is a request for a temporary use on properties located in the southwest corner of the city. They are located in Planned Development District 39, which we refer to as the Corporate Park. It is an area designated for future development of corporate headquarters and industrial uses. The sites are subject to they're currently vacant of improvements having been, the previous stuff that was there was demolished. And the request for the temporary use is for the stockpiling of soils during remediation of natural resource violations and potential development of this and some of the adjacent properties. So the commission may recall, and those of you that are on Common Council may recall, that there was a concept review by Likewise Development for 2 buildings on properties immediately to the north. There would be a requirement for road connections that would pass through some of these lots. That application is pending and in some ways dependent on the outcome of this evening. So I want to give a little bit of history of this site and also of the application timeline so that you understand all of the issues at play. So this site was previously farmed, and then in 1999, a stormwater detention basin and a golf facility were constructed previous to it becoming the PDD. Those were demolished in 2018 and 2019, and then there were 2 temporary uses previously issued for these 2 lots. One for construction, which was in 2017 for construction equipment to be on the site. There were 2, and then also for a concrete batch plant in 2018, which was for part of the I-94 corridor redevelopment. So the site continued to be in use after the expiration of these approvals. And so it is subject to a number of complaints related to the placement of fill and encroachment into natural resources. So in 2021, a complaint was submitted to engineering and planning. This complaint is still open. And in 2023, DNR began enforcement on wetland violations. Some of that fill was placed within the wetlands that are on site. So we met last year and the applicant requested a stay of enforcement on local ordinances, and we canvassed some of the approvals that would be needed in order to arrive at a solution for this. What is required is a natural resource special exception, both to remediate the impacts that they have already done and to allow for future development of the site, including the roads that I mentioned earlier and other uses on the site. So the department does not have a preference as to who conducts that work and who provides those applications. That was part of that discussion. So at present, we're meeting with the property owner who's making this request for a temporary use. The applicant for the concept review is not part of this discussion this evening. So now we come to the temporary use. In April, the applicants met with staff and there was a discussion of how to best expedite some level of approval so that they could do this stockpiling of dirt, and the temporary use was suggested as one possible path for that. I was not present for that discussion. Unfortunately, I was looking at the sun getting blotted out by the moon. And so they submitted the temporary use application on 4/18. And my understanding at that time was that it was on a normal review timeline. I was not aware that it was expedited. They subsequently submitted a natural resource special exception on 4/22. This application is still under review. On last Friday, I learned that this was supposed to be expedited, and so we produced staff comments and placed it on the agenda for this evening. So I want to apologize that there are some grammar errors and some issues with my report, and overall, it's not the quality of work that I would choose to present to you, but I did my best with the time that I had. And so I also provided staff comments to the applicant. They were preliminary based on the materials that I provided, and those comments are in the packet with responses from the applicant. I'll address some of that shortly. And so the materials that you see in your packet are their resubmittal, a response to the comments that I initially gave them and some significant concerns that I had with the application. related to both the encroachments on natural resources and just the overall appropriateness of the request. So a 5-year timeline is one of the major things, and they have said that they would consider not just, the Plan Commission can only approve up to 180 days of a temporary use in a calendar year. So we now come to this evening's review, and I have done a little bit more review of the application, and I continue to have concerns about it. And so I do want to just canvass the site conditions and the request itself. So this is the lot, lots 1 and 2, the location of the past golf facility. This is an exempt wetland. This was the stormwater detention pond. It's shown on some documents as a wetland, but it is exempt because it was artificially created. So the request that they're making is for a stockpile of soils roughly here. This is my interpretation of the drawing that you're going to see next, but I wanted to kind of zoom it out. So this is the stockpile that they're proposing. This is sheet C4 in the submittal materials that you reviewed. And so I want to highlight a few things on this. The stockpile is here. This is the artificial wetland. These are delineated wetlands that are real wetlands as opposed to artificial ones. And in Franklin, those wetlands have a 30-foot buffer, which we refer to as the no-touch zone in a lot of documents, because we do not allow development in those areas without approval of a natural resource special exception, and a 50-foot setback, which is you may conduct grading activities and otherwise change the topography in the setback, but you must restore that area to a natural condition after the work is completed. So 30-foot buffer, 50-foot setback, 30-foot buffer, 50-foot setback, and a proposed silt fence, which would require a natural resource special exception in order to be approved. The stockpile itself, this location is okay. Some of the drawings indicated crossings in other areas that might be an issue. And so I want to come to the other significant issue, but also, so the zoning does allow for this use, but the setback and buffer are one of the concerns here. At present, application materials have incomplete information about the location of the floodplain. So what's presented here is the federal insurance rate maps. FEMA produces these maps based on the topography. There are a couple of different areas here. Some of them are estimates. Some of them are considered firmly fixed things. But these maps are things that cannot be altered without FEMA's approval and without Franklin's approval. And based on the submittal materials for the Plan Commission submittal, this application has changes within the federally protected floodplain that were not approved. So that either the topography on the ground was incorrect, which would require a letter of map change, or there is an additional violation that has been identified by this new submittal. So there's also woodlands on the site. No impacts are being proposed to those, but they are present. And then steep slopes, most of which are artificial. Additionally, and I don't have a drawing of it here, but there is floodplain conservancy zoning on the lot roughly here. The applicant's not proposing work in that area, it would not be allowed. So again, my materials recommend denial, and I continue to recommend that with the current materials that I have. If the applicant would like to table the item until the next meeting to draft a potential conditional approval, that is something that we could discuss, but given that the natural resource special exception would be one of those requirements, and that is under review currently, and we're still trying to figure out if there's a new violation here, I strongly recommend denial of the application. So I have a couple of other comments related to that. So there's incomplete flood insurance information. The flood insurance rate maps must be provided before this can be reviewed. The natural resource special exception application is under review. I am not sure what my recommendations will be related to that until I have completed that review. The additional violation, this commission is not able to approve a 5-year timeline. We did ask a question about if equipment would be stored on site, and there is not a clear answer to that yet. A conditional approval would either not allow for that, or we would need more information. And then Plan Commission may not be the right venue for this, so this does require additional permitting from engineering. So given the requirement for a natural resource special exception, the land disturbance permit is also required from engineering, but generally something like that would not go before the Plan Commission. And then staff was not given adequate time to review this application. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, if you wanted to table it, that is also up to you, but the applicants are here and probably have feedback as well.
Get his button. Mr. City Attorney?
I saw a picture of a stockpile on the map. Question to the applicant. Is that all the plan was for this temporary timeout?
Chris Smith.
Just your name and business address, please.
Chris Smith, attorney at Von Briesen and Roper, 411 East Wisconsin Avenue. Also at the table with me, Sam Schultz, same business address and business. He's a certified urban planner. We have a number of other people in the room as part of our team, including the owner, our engineer, and a member of the broker team. To answer the city attorney's question, all we're looking to do here is have a temporary time frame that the stockpile is not considered in violation of Franklin Code.
Mr. City Attorney and Mr. Engineer.
So you're not even going to do any work on that site
Well,
during this 180 days requested, not 5 years anymore?
to appropriately answer that question, I need to give some context. So can I do that now? I know we're late, you know.
I'm trying to keep the question simple. I saw a stockpile.
Right.
I heard
The
that
only-
was
so-
in an area that's not of any concern.
Right.
Is that the only thing that's going to be dealt with as part of this temporary use?
We are under contract with a developer, okay? They are very interested in developing their development on a proposed lot that does not include where this stockpile is, okay, to the north. They cannot close on this land right now because their financing basically sees the violation that the parcel is currently in as a cloud over the title. Okay, so to answer the city attorney's question, the only work that we would want to do in this 180 days would be to work with the city to get this in compliance, this area of the parcel. The reason we're on such an expedited schedule is because, like I said, the land is under contract, okay? Phase 1 is north of here, okay? Part of this parcel right now, but north of here. And it can't close while we're in this violation status, okay? We had a meeting, as Marion said, in April on the day of the eclipse, and a lot of you were there, some of you weren't. And I explained at the meeting that where we are right now is kind of a confluence of two good city public policies, okay? One public policy that the city has an interest in is making sure parcels like this comply with the code, which it doesn't. Another city policy is making sure you get good development within your TIDs, which this is in TID number 8. The development that is proposed here, phase 1, is a more than 20 million assessed value industrial/commercial building by a reputable developer. That's who's trying to do this. We can't do both right now. That's why, and at that meeting, the mayor and others indicated, okay, if we have to choose between gaining compliance at this time, or the development, we prefer the development. So then we said to everyone in the room, how do we get there? And now you know how we came to here. Because the city staff said, well, what about a temporary use? Would that do it? I said it might. I need to talk to the buyer. City staff said, would 5 years work? I said, that sounds great. So we talked to the buyer. The buyer said, this can get us to closing. If we get this cloud off the land, just even temporarily, we could close and then during that time also work with the city, hopefully get the natural resource special exception approved and get this to where it needs to be, okay? But the most important thing, I think, for the city, for the owner, and for the developer is to be able to close this sale. And what I would like everyone on this commission to understand is we are up against our deadline in our contract. That's why we had to expedite this. That's why we asked for this expedited review back in April, and I do appreciate that very much. And I appreciate the staff didn't have enough time. But I know that this development is important to people in the city. And what I have to tell you is if the temporary use is not granted tonight, this sale is dead, okay? And you'll continue to have a parcel in your TID that's in the project plan for commercial/industrial development generating zero increment. And maybe we'll get the site cleaned up and get all this fixed. And maybe another developer will come along and that'll be great. But right now we have a bird in the hand. And so whatever decision you make is obviously your decision. If you say, look, development is not the priority here. Priority is to get this stuff fixed. That's totally respectable and that's your call. It's a policy decision. That's where, the rubber meets the road. It's when you got to make a policy decision. But I just want to tell you the consequence of a no vote, just so you're fully aware before you vote. The consequence of a yes vote is I go back to the buyer with our team and say, okay, we have this temporary use for 180 days. The cloud is off. This dark cloud is off the land. Is this good enough for your financing team? They've already indicated to me it should be. Let's close. Let's get their development started. And during that 180 days, we're going to keep working to get this in compliance. And the way I look at it is the worst case scenario for the city, absolutely worst case scenario if you grant this, is what? Maybe the sale does fall through. It doesn't happen. And 6 months from now, maybe they do nothing more. So you're in the same position you are now. You haven't lost anything except 6 months. And again, if we would have been aware about the provision in your code, we would have never asked for 5 years. It was suggested at that meeting. We were all trying to figure out a way to make this work, the city and us together, and we were brainstorming. And so that's why we put it in there.
Mr. Attorney, then Mr. Morrow.
Attorney Smith, what would be the content of a resolution which would work for the land sale process? Simply that this temporary use is granted for the purpose of
Allowing the existing soil stockpile. That's it. For 180 days. That's all we need. You look like you're.
I know, I wasn't sure what we're doing here. You took a mental break.
to assist in the conveyance of the subject property for new development purposes within tax incremental district number 8, the time of 180 days, no enforcement hereunder does not remove ultimate enforcement.
Right.
Ultimately, all laws, federal, state, and local, have to be complied with on the property commencing no later than 180 days from the date hereof.
Beautifully stated.
Sounds great.
Keep them around.
I just want to reemphasize, I think this is on, really close. We understand this work needs to be done. I think all of Marion's points are good and we hear them. We don't want to say like, just ignore the staff. We understand this work needs to get done, but we're involving FEMA in, potential letter of map amendment or things like that. These things can take a lot of time. So we understand and we'll continue to work with the engineering staff, week by week. We'll stay on our side to make sure that they're responsive to you guys. We know we're kind of orbiting.
That's outstanding.
Does that mean the meeting's over?
Yep, all right.
Perfect.
2 weeks.
Oh, boy.
Just so you guys know, one municipality that I deal with, if the clock hits 10, there's an ordinance that says you have to vote to keep going.
I love it.
I love it. How do we make that happen?
Yeah.
Yes.
So-
So why don't
What
you finish
about-
your point quickly so we can go back to him, then go to
What
Glenn.
about
Yeah,
the
I-
clock hits 2:44 a.m.?
The trophy.
I just want to reemphasize, this is, we respect what the staff is trying to do here. We're just trying to get this thing done at the same time. So
Right.
we don't want to act like we're just going to say, yeah, and then ignore you 6 months from now. We understand what you're asking of us.
And I'm only going into hour 16 now.
Only
Okay.
4 more to go.
So are you yielding now? We go to Mr. City Engineer? Good, go ahead.
So through other things tonight, I've indicated that it takes a lot to get a citation from me. And this is one of those projects that's had a citation going for years, literally years. It's been working its way through the court system, and it just seems like it just keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And so when I was part of that meeting, and I'm beating my head how we can make this thing happen. I do appreciate Ms. X for the comments she made. They're all, I assume, correct. It's very tough to make the calls when there's a lot of pressure to do otherwise. So I want to applaud her for that. Having said that, I'm sitting here brainstorming. If the silt fence is the issue, let's go ahead and just plant grass and get rid of the silt fence. That kind of stuff. I mean, anything we can do to get this out of enforcement issues and getting it to a seller, I believe is the best way to make that happen. If we can just add that line on the end of it and put a timeout on our enforcement for 6 months, I can't speak for FEMA. I know FEMA, we've got FEMA breathing down our neck on other issues, but I can tell you that DNR's comment was, as long as you're moving forward, they're okay. And for the longest time, we haven't been moving forward on this site, and this is a way to at least get it moving forward. I can at least talk to the state DNR and say, I've got a plan, and it's going to take me a few months, but that's better than the many years we've been fussing with this thing. If we can put a pause on it with that statement at the end and make it legal, I'm all for doing that, because we got to figure out some way to make the legal match, give us a reprieve to make the 6 months. So if I'm going to rely on the city, if we can allow 6 months, we're good on that. And I fully appreciate Marion's mean stare she's giving me right now.
Right.
But I realize what a tough decision she has to do. And even in the FEMA conversations with the other thing, federal and state, as long as you're making forward, and we've heard that from FEMA on many things, as long as you're moving forward to a resolution, they probably won't like how we're doing it, but it's really the only tool I have in our toolbox. If we can do 180 days pause, I guess I'm supportive of that, even though it's I don't want to say unethical, it's sort of unorthodox the way we're doing it. I'll say it that way.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, no, and I said I didn't want to say that because it's unorthodox how we're doing it, but I'm beating my head how we can make this thing happen because I'm sick and tired of having to every few months pop this thing up and go back to court or do the citation thing, and it's just that's getting old. And this is a way to make this happen, and I really hope we can make this happen.
Okay, Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. This is my district, so I'm well aware of kind of the history going on here. So just a couple of questions. So 180 days, okay. Given that FEMA is involved in some other pretty large entities with things that we need to do, is that enough time? What happens on day 181? Can this be extended past 180 days? What happens on day 181 and it still looks like that? I mean, is there going to be contingencies put on the sale that if we say, because you went to them first and said 5 years and they're like, yes.
Yeah.
And now 180 days is a lot different than 5 years. So now is going for the sale, are they going to hold us to 100? I guess I'm saying, what happens on day 181 if it still looks like this? I mean,
What happens on day 181, if it still looks like this, is the city resumes enforcement, okay? I anticipate that if the closing occurs, like I think everybody wants, my client is going to be responsible for that one way or another via a contract with the buyer, or if they still own it, meaning it didn't close, okay? So the way I look at it, Alderperson, is if on day 181 it's still there, we're back to where we are, basically.
okay.
Assuming we stayed till past 10, assuming it wouldn't be looked kindly upon if we're not making progress in 6 months. So we were,
Okay.
yeah.
So moving forward, moving this along, what would be what?
Yes.
Mr. Haley?
Just quick question, sorry. And I'm trying to follow this. The pile is there now?
Yes.
Okay, and you need to let it sit there for what reason, for a longer period of time? Why can't it be hauled away?
Because it's touching
spread on the-
this wetland. And so you can't remove it.
Yeah,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Understand.
Yeah.
I heard everything you said.
No, trust me, it's taken me a while and I think I understand, but you can't remove it right now because of where it sits in relation to the wetland. And so you need this natural resource specialist exception permit, which we've applied for, but takes months to get before you can do that.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then, assuming you get the extension you need, the pile ultimately goes away, or it can be spread on site, or?
It will be, honestly, I'm going to leave it that to the experts and the staff at the city on exactly how they want to mitigate this, okay? I can't tell you if it's get rid of it, okay? If it's grading it, I don't know, but we'll defer to the staff on how they would like to see this corrected.
Okay, and then a possible suggestion, we're concerned about silt fencing. What about using wattles or something?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No? It's not invasive. You don't have to dig a trench to install it. You lay them on the surface and stake them in. I'm throwing it out there.
I mean, whatever, the bottom line is whatever the city is requiring, that's what they're going to do. But really, my goal right now is to get this sale done, which is going to hopefully happen very soon.
I get it.
Yeah. And then worry about this part within the rest of the 180 days.
Okay, Mr. Morrow.
Commissioner Haley, if I could answer that question. The current owner has told us almost from day one what he intended to do with the project. And we said, what you want to do with it is probably permittable. You just got to go through the process. You got to show us what you want to do. You got to get this permit, that permit, that permit. And we just haven't been able to get that. So what I've heard they want to do, at least the current owner, it's probably doable. And again, so I assume the new owner probably wants to do something similar. They're looking to develop building pads and do some other things. It's going to be a nice development. We just, the issue with citation is just he didn't go through the process.
I understand. They need to close.
Okay, so at this point, are we looking to entertain a motion?
I didn't draft one to approve.
Didn't you write down that language you just uttered?
We love that. It was stoic. He drifted off.
Move to adopt a
Listen.
resolution, the content of which shall be finalized by the city attorney and city planning department. And as to the content being what generally was said by the city attorney earlier, the intent being to postpone enforcement of non-compliance with code on the property for a period of 180 days.
I do think in there somewhere it should say grant temporary use permit for stockpile, because that's what the buyer is
That's what the
requesting.
resolution.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure it'll be worded perfectly.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a motion now?
I'll make that motion.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
I will second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Well done. Motion to adjourn.
Aye.
We have a first and we have a second. Mr. Haley, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Please take us offline.